it'll pay for itself.
So, my understanding is that Lakota Tech got some of these credits for their building. Do you know something about that? The high school here?
I'm not familiar with that project, no.
Okay, because the guy I was talking to, who was a school board member, mentioned that, you know, their school project received like $13 million from these market tax credits or whatever they are.
Oh, wow.
The county schools,
Yeah, no, they're a great,
utilize that same,
a great
but it
way
wasn't
to
through
bring
these
more money to the reservation. And
Yeah, and that's where I got the information that the money for the reporting was included in the funds that they go after. So I see this as a win for our districts, as our tribe. I don't see how we cannot do it. So what are we doing?
I am.
Just motion it.
I'll make a motion to forward it on to the council.
So we have a motion, so the motion would be to approve read the motion.
To approve the consulting contract with the proposed edits and forward to OST Council.
I'll second that, but Garth, would you be okay with scheduling a special session for that?
We're already working on a special session.
Do you want to add it to the ED&D session?
Yeah, could you, yes,
Okay.
yes. I'll
Add to
second
the
that.
ED&D special. Sonia, you had your hand raised?
No, we was just wondering, you know, you always say under Article 6 of the districts, how come they don't do this on their own with the districts?
Because these are tribal projects.
But that's what I'm gonna ask, because I guess it's a question we just had, but, you know, I guess if we're using the Oglala Sioux tribe, then I guess it is, we're obligating the tribe. So now it's a tribal project, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what we wanted to just get that clear.
And just to respond to that, I guess Porcupine District, this did go to our executive board.
So the executive board.
The executive board is aware, and they did pass a motion to support this. So, but I guess motion is on the floor, so we could do the.
Okay, so we do have a motion. Lynn, read the motion and run the vote.
To approve the consulting contract, I'll put the type of new market tax credit.
Yes.
With the proposed edits and forward to the special session OST Council.
ED&D.
Okay. Garfield Steele,
Yep.
Craig Gillen,
That's a motion to table, yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears,
Yeah.
Dave Coulier,
Yes.
Ty Lunderman,
Of course, yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston,
Yeah, no.
Both
5
here.
yes, 2 no, 1 not voting.
So I'd like to recognize Bo at 11:24. 5 yes, 2 no, 1 not voting, motion passed. So this will be sent to the ED&D special council.
And then real quickly,
Go ahead.
Mr. Strong, I'll send a copy of the contract with the proposed amendments to Marguerite, and then should I CC you?
Yes, please do.
Hey, Sam, thank you for getting on. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you for reaching out. Be happy to do it at any time. Just let me know.
Thank you for the short notice and getting on quickly. Also, you know what would be good is just to see some examples of some tribes that this benefited, that'll help too, and maybe put some minds at ease as well.
Okay, for sure. That's a great idea.
Okay, moving on.
All right, thank you.
Moving on to, so there was a request to move the resource center to item number 4. So that was Ty. Go ahead, Ty.
Resource Center, right?
Yep.
So I would just wanted to, I guess, get an update or maybe a status on on the budget and kind of where things are at with the resource center. I know that we have, you know, winter is pretty much here or moving in, you know, the days and the nights are getting a lot colder, and, you know, there's just a whole lot that we're facing right now, you know, as a people, you know, the ripple effects from DC, you know, you hear some of the cuts with SNAP and, you know, all those things. So I just wanted to see, I guess, where we're at with the resource center, because I know there's people calling for lights and propane and wood, and then amongst that, you know, we have, you know, this food issue that we're kind of trying to battle. So what's it looking like?
Fred, Beachback Resource Office. Right now, just looking at our budget this past week, we're over for the elderly assistance by 3,600, but that also has to deal with us getting new elderly that are reaching out to us from, because energy, all the other programs, they don't have their funding. So like a lot of that is, we're kind of covering down for that and dealing with that. But we did find out Monday that a Native American philanthropist in philanthropy reached out to the vice president, and she is going to be giving us, they're going to be giving us $15,000. So we're going to be using that for elderly heating and electricity. But we also still, myself and Steph, I kind of still go to her for like a lot of the technical stuff. So we are still looking for the minutes that was passed. I kind of leaned off on our budget for the veterans because we're still waiting to see the minutes so we can move that 20,000 moved from that to Bob's and Lakota Plains. And after we got that 15,000 on Monday, we're just waiting to get that sent to us, and again, getting that 20,000 moved from the veterans to the Lake Creeks and Bob's.
Sonia?
Good morning, Fred. You know, my question, I guess, is, it doesn't sound like you guys are really doing any kind of assistance from your office. You're not, you're giving us these line items, but is there really anything coming out of your office right now? Like, you know, we have educational, some of them are college students, but because you guys are done with the school assistants, there's nothing really going out, is what we were told, for education. Because I have 2 college students that need help, but I was told you guys have no money. You have no money for utilities, you have no money for elderly. Now you have, what other assistance you have in there? It's kind of concerning to us because our office is still open over there. But there's really no resources going out except for what you just talked about. And then we were mentioned this morning about Shawanee's helping us, the tribe. So we're going to probably talk about that and decide how we're going to, and who is going to administer that. Is that going to come from the energy office, come from our treasurer's office? Or are we going to put it into the resource office to handle? Because, you know, I really have some concerns about the way things have been going. So, you know, I just hope that we can figure something out here because there's really nothing coming out of the office. But, you know, how many staff members do we have in your office and the one in Kyle?
Right now I have, there's myself, and a WIOA worker, and then we just had one get moved to the food distribution site, and I have a part-time clerk. Hello. And then in the Kyle office I got Terry, and then we have a youth worker starting on Monday. We're gonna try to figure out if she's gonna go to the Kyle office or she's going to be out here, but I know we've been having one of the federal monitors, I think from Porcupine, out there helping Katero.
So,
And as far as like,
yeah, so I really, because I really have some concerns. I think we were kind of talking about it here, but I think we need to discuss this some more as to what we're going to do here. But yeah, you were right. when we did the budget last spring, this past spring, we said we're gonna set aside money for utilities for the cold weather, we said, coming up. And we said that we're gonna do that, but that didn't happen. We ran out of utility money before it even reached this month. So I'm concerned how we're handling our budget, or who's handling the budget, who's watching the expenditures, and, you know, I'm just really concerned with that, and I know they put a stop to Stephanie not addressing or do anything over at the, over there at the resource office, but she was the only one I could reach sometimes to get to the resource office to look into some things. And I will want to say thank you for at least getting those school assistance checks out, because I just got a call from that gal a couple of days ago, just now received her check. But bottom line was the zip code was wrong. There was another one that was just a little simple typo on the apartment number, but could have been fixed. But, so I hand carried that one to Rapid City and gave it to the family. So these little things like this are kind of happening, so that's kind of what we ran into. I'm just really concerned because we really don't have no funds. What other funds do we have over there that you guys are processing for?
Right now, the only thing that, like I said, is our veterans budget, and I kind of leaned off doing that, and then I usually just kind of go, because a lot of the ones that we've been helping out, like I said, are a lot of new ones, and the ones that have been getting help are the ones that are, because we have the 400 a year, and like a lot of them, whenever October 1st hit, we didn't get no funding, additional funding, so when they were all reaching out, I would let them know, like, okay, well, if we help you, you still have to wait the 3 months in order to get help again. And like right now, we're still trying to help with a lot of the new ones that we're getting their help through the other programs. So like I said, like we're still trying to find the minutes so we could get that money moved from the veterans account, so we can have that for the Dakota Plains and Bob's.
So I think since we're working on the general fund budget this weekend, I think that this is one of the ones that we probably need to look at. And so I think all the programs that are under general fund, and I think that those programs we really need to look at, because I'm just really concerned with our resource. We put a resource office together to hopefully handle all the resources, but it seems like I was kind of envisioning it to go that way, because they were to be looking out for other resources to be brought in. But it seems like we just spent money. We just spent money and we went over some of the line items, and I think some of us have concern about it. That's why I had to ask Fred about the status of what was left, and because they're really not doing nothing. Nobody can't go over there and ask for anything because they're sending them to us because there's no money. So we just need to figure this out.
So Garfield and Ty.
I mean, what is there to figure out if there's no money? My concern is, and it's been a concern, and I let you know before, and I didn't come off as bullying, but I guess I did. Anyway, you say you have a WIO worker, you have a federal monitor, and now you're saying a youth worker. You know, a lot of those documents are sensitive with information when it comes to medicals and stuff. And I don't know if we can hold them to our policy about not, exposing information out there to the public about certain individuals. So that's my only concern with having individuals who are not employees of the tribe having access to information like that. Another gripe of mine, and I think I brought it up last meeting, is we created this office to stay out of doing the assistance. So I kinda don't appreciate your office telling people to call us. I don't appreciate that, because if we wanted that responsibility, you guys wouldn't be employed. We'd be doing it ourselves. So when you're sitting there telling the people, call your council reps, it puts us in a bind too, because we know there's nothing available. And then we get our butts chewed. So if we're getting our butts chewed, someone else is gonna get their butts chewed. But I think we have to, we just have to be upfront with people. And that's the whole purpose of your office. If we don't have funds available, you just gotta tell them, no funds available. Don't say, call your reps, because it gives people false hope that there are some type of assistance available through us. And my understanding was that your office, if there was no funds available, would help them find other resources, other programs that might be able to assist. I don't know if that's happening, but if it is, send people to those routes. Don't turn them around and send them back to us. And that's all. That's kind of something I wanted to address.
Yeah, that's what I have been telling my workers is, not to send them to you guys. I don't know who's calling you guys and telling you guys that, because usually like lately it's been hot water heaters, and then the last time I knew it was CSBG. Same thing with off reservation rent. And I tell the workers that are answering the phones the same thing. And so I don't know who's getting at to you guys or what, because like on our end, we get the same thing. Like I said, in all the other meetings, like whenever we get there, or they get a call, even my WIOA workers are like, they'll get off the phone and they'll be like, well, this council rep told them to call. And then I tell them, well, just tell them that, to put in and ask them for the night, like when the last time they get their assistance. And then we have that program where we put it in, look at the date when they last got help, and then we tell them you have to wait so much days or whatever, because it's, just looking at it, it's over and over. And it's always like I said, like we've been having a lot of new ones now since all the other places don't have funding, all the other programs. So, but like I said, like they know how to play the game. Like if we say no, then they automatically, run here, or they come here.
Well, you are going to get people that say, council reps told us to come here because that's what we're supposed to do. And it's not to say, well, you got to go back to your councilman, because that's a no-no. Another thing that I'm concerned with, these monies that are coming in, the 15,000 or whatever, what formula do we use to ensure that there's equal amounts going to other districts? As a smaller district, I understand Pine Ridge and Wampanoag and Kyle should get a little more because of their population. But I don't think, let's say for instance, Kyle should get a majority of it and the rest of us not. There has to be some type of balance there.
Yeah,
You guys have a formula on how you do it? Because the reports we've seen, some districts got way more than others.
Yeah, that's I actually was, because I was actually just on Monday, whenever we got that email, I came up and I was just brainstorming with Steph over it, and because like all of this stuff was supposed to run through October 1st for how much the elderly got assisted for. So we were trying to come up with a way to recertify them, maybe come up with like a budgeting class or something, that way they could sit down and take that. So, but that was still in the works, especially as far as, them getting, the elderly getting assistance.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm done.
So Ty, hold on, Steph, there's an order of Ty, Steph, and Honor.
So thank you for that information, but this is what I was worried about way back in the spring that brought this up. And there's supposed to be some funds available when wintertime hit, because we knew that it was gonna get cold and wintertime was gonna hit. So, but hearing that it didn't happen that way, now, it's very concerning. And so it puts a question that, what do we do next? what do we do now about the resource center? So I think there needs to be a discussion, maybe that's just with us, just the committee. You know, I would like to see a printout of the budget. I would like to see that. So if we could get that today sometime, appreciate it. And then Steph, I think it'd be good, committee, if we hear from Steph. I know Steph, you know, she does a lot of good work, so thank you.
Go ahead, Steph.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephanie Cooney. I am the assistant to the treasurer and also design the OST resource office for the Oglala tribe. What is concerning more for the OST resource office is that we're picking up the slack of other tribal programs. The directors need to focus more on their grant and writing and getting more funds for their programs, because a lot of these programs are referring the people to us, the OST resource office. And unfortunately, it's LEAC, it's Energy, it's CSBG. Who else do we have that is referring us? We have, remember, all these other nonprofits that we were referring our tribal members to, they're referring them back to us after the government shut down. So that is concerning because we're picking up the slack of tribal programs and also picking up the slack of nonprofit organizations as well as church. The churches make a lot of money, and yet we have Remember that's only taking 10 applicants a week. They're making bank over there. They can only assist the people 10 per week. So I don't know how to address that to the nonprofit or the tribal program. So I'm stressing that to our leaders here, that our directors of these programs need to work harder on getting more funds for their own program. That's a concern for me, and it's frightening because we have a lot like Fred, can you let them know how much Energy and CSBG and LEAC have referred to us? There's a number, we're keeping track of them.
Right now, we have over 25 that we've started
25
taking.
elders that came, they're elders and the general population. And mind you, we also have a lot of jobs available. And it's just like, well, how do we find out, how do we work with the human resource office that the tribal members are actually applying to the jobs? You know, so like we can actually help them. But you know, a lot of these tribal members that are coming to the resource office, they're more than maxed out. It's elderly, you know, it's elderly, it's people in general that just do not want to get a job. And that's a concern too. And we know that there's transportation issues, you know, we know there's a lot of problems on this reservation, that the barriers of it. And we're trying our best. I'm trying to help Fred and Cora the best I could. But we really need to put the stress on the tribal directors because we're picking up their slack. I want to share my screen here of how much people we actually, I can email it to you guys too, but how much people we have actually assisted through the resource office. We also have more people that have never received assistance, and that's over 100 people that have never received assistance. And on the screen here, if you guys look at the screen, I just did the math here, and we have assisted with the general population of utility assistance, 1,345 tribal members. Now, I also want to stress to you guys that even medical, so we have medical issues. I had a doctor that came to me and said that a lot of our tribal members, 85% of them are non-compliant diabetics. And they demand things, you know, but then if you're not a non-compliant diabetic, then you end up getting flown out. And then, you know, that's where the issue comes from is with medical. If medical can't assist our tribal members, medical also refers them to the OST resource office. Now that's an issue too, because you know, that's putting a strain on the tribe as well. Like, you know, we have all these services at the IHS, why are we sending the people out throughout the city all the time? You know, we need to start having more contracts with IHS to help bring these doctors down here and assist them here at home. Instead, we're sending our people up throughout the city and it's draining and straining our budget. You know, okay, so like the utility assistance, this is the general population here. Pine Ridge, of course, is blowing up the charts. 292 tribal members, and these are up-to-date charts now. 1,345 tribal members, that's just the general population from 18 to 54. Because the elderly age begins at 55, right? So after 55, there's 1,222 tribal members that are getting assisted through elderly utilities. Now that's 218 people, tribal members, families out of Pine Ridge. With the youth assistance, I want to stress that to you guys that these are needs, unmet needs as well at the end of all of this. The youth assistance, I'm not done with the youth assistance yet, but there is more than 706 tribal youth that were assisted. And the veterans, we have more than 87 tribal veterans that were assisted. And in each of these charts, Pine Ridge is blowing it up. But we have to keep track of that, and we feel like we can't deny anybody because the other tribal programs and nonprofits are not assisting them and they got referred to us. So what do we do in that case, council? Thank you.
Steph, thank you so much for that. You know, committee, real quick before I call on you, Donna Ray, I want to remind you that she hit on a lot of really valid points that there are programs that offer those funding, LEAP being one of them. We have not received an updated report yet. We've asked several times. There was 149,000 remaining in her fund, and each time she's cut, and this is just what's been reported, we've asked for the funding, each time is that she needed to update her CUP account. So we know that there's 149,000 available in funding there that have not been used because we asked, this will be the third time that we've asked for that funding or that updated funding. And she said that she's needed to update her CUP account. So I don't know how long it takes for the CUP account to be updated, but that's funding that's available. Housing has funding available that they're issuing out this week for elderly assistance at $300.
No, not until December.
Yes.
Or she moved it to December now?
There's no funding.
I thought she said January.
Well, it might even be January.
So now she moved it to January.
Make sure you have that on the mic and clarify, because I think we're live right now, guys, so.
So those are the updates that we need then from housing, if that's been changed. So I can clarify that and get that update. But those are funding opportunities that are available. Not to mention, you guys opened up using your travel for assistance as well. So, you know, those are areas that we tapped into, but hardship being the biggest hit on this resource office that we should have limited. Hardship is just a check that was given out. So go ahead, Donna Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to touch on a couple of spots too. I mean, Steph touched on something that I put on this agenda the short time I've been in office, at least 3 or 4 times with nonprofits. And a time like this, man, a lot of nonprofits are thriving and they only help a handful of our members, you guys. It's just be real about it. I think we really need to get a lawyer's opinion or start looking at these nonprofits. They say don't pay taxes, but they could pay a fee to the tribe. I sort of like 50% of them nonprofits they're not from here, but they sure want to use their numbers. So I mean, I'm glad he's talked about that stuff because that's something we really need to do, address and sit down and talk about. Leah, is she here today?
We sent her an email and Lynn tried to call her.
No answer, man. Okay.
Well, I contacted the chief of staff through text and, oh, he just answered, sorry. She's out sick today, so.
Okay, well, that's something we need to update on too, because I know there's a lot of money over, a lot of coin over. And the last thing I want to talk about, you know, this resource center, when I was first in office, finance, I always remember, like the first year, all we did is approve requests, big requests too, 20, 30, 50, 80, a lot of requests like that came through. And there should be some savings, because we haven't been approving stuff like that, man. We approved a lot. And Cora, what I wanted to do is, could you give me a printout of our last year's assistance, just the last year?
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm doing right now.
And what we spent up to date with the resource office today, we get to today? I want comparative numbers. And you know, this, Fred, I don't know who's saying it or what, but it's like Garth said, I'm getting tired of people calling me and saying, you guys are telling them to call up the council members. And that puts us in a bind, bro. The whole reason why you're up there is for that reason. So just tell them we ain't got no funding, because they get sent to us. I know I heard the story, but I just gotta reiterate it again, because it gets annoying when people call me and I don't have nothing to give them. So I'm glad everybody wants to talk about this today, because we really need to sit down with Sonia, like you said, and figure out what's going on with this, because it's just causing to me, it's just causing a lot of ruckus. But with that, you know, being said, you know, I just wanted to say, Fred, you know, I know you guys are doing the hard work up there too. I understand that. How many workers did you have up there again? Sorry.
Right now I got a data clerk, I got a day laborer, Rashawn, she was the one that would kind of head up the school clothing. I have 2 WIOA workers, and myself and Kateri over in the Kyle office. And then we have a youth worker that's gonna be starting on Monday.
Fred, please stress to them that the youth worker will be focusing on getting more funds for the youth account, and we also transferred a WIOA worker over to food distribution because of the SNAP benefits that were affected by the government shutdown.
Well, Fred, how much was that? You said, remember we made that motion at Dave County to take some funding out of the veterans account? And what was the amount we're supposed to send to?
That amount, I believe that amount was 20,000, and whenever we got that email on Monday, that's what me and, I came up and talked to Steph about that. So we were trying to find the minutes on it, so we could start moving that, and then start matching it up with that 15,000 that was, given to us through a grant for emergency elderly.
Okay. So, Kurt, you kind of get on that and get the minutes and get on that, bro, because a lot of people are already starting to call on wood and propane and electricity. And my last question, are you guys doing anything outside of what you guys are doing to try to find funds? Are you guys reaching out to anybody, anything like that?
A lot of the ones that I try to reach out to, especially the veterans organizations that are here on the reservations, like a lot of them get phone numbers, the ones answering them. And like I know I tried it when I first started back in April, and I tried it in the summertime. But a lot of them, like the numbers don't work, or you know, they won't answer. And whenever they do answer, a lot of them, like I know there was one I reached out to who was off reservation, and he kind of didn't want to deal with me at first, because he said that he helped, you know, he gave out other individuals that he helped that were veterans that he gave money to, and kind of felt like he got burned, so he wanted to sit down with me, but I never did. He never got in contact with me again.
You guys got like a list of job openings that we have through the tribe up there?
Yes, we usually go through and print that out, and we have a wall right there where we usually put it up. Like I said before, like when people come in, they ask for the hardship money or they ask for help that aren't elderly, you know, we tell them, well, there's jobs right there.
Where,
you know, and then they'll look at that and they'll just walk out.
Okay, so you gotta keep pointing at that wall. So
Yeah, that's normally what we started doing, and then they just, you know, if they're not gonna get money, they just turn around and leave.
Okay. All right, Fred, but just thank you, but could you just tell them not, I mean, just say we're out of funds, okay? So.
Yeah, that's what, like I was telling you earlier, like that's why I usually tell my workers, because a lot of them are new, so I tell them not to, you know, go and say call your rep, or you know, we don't have, like, you know, stuff like that, because like a lot of them, You know, they even kind of get the whole feeling of it too, like a lot of times, like they're new now. So like, well, my workers have been there for like a month now, but like now they just want to talk to me. So like I'm sitting there with people on hold and, but yeah, I know that there's no one there that's like telling them to call you guys.
Chair, we're gonna work on this weekend?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It's a general
Thanks,
fund item, so it would be in our general fund budget.
Fred. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Fred.
Also, Fred, we would apologize, it was sent
I
to,
did accept this.
oh, it was sent to the resource office, so you may want to check in the spam. The action items were sent to the resource office.
Minute
The minutes.
Open.
for the action.
And so I have Davey, then Ty.
Good morning, Stu. When we started this office, I heart and heart that it wasn't gonna work, and it didn't work. If you look at the budget that was passed out last week in one week, we spent over $5 million on the resource office. 5 million. You know, that 15,000 that somebody's donating, that's going there and they're putting 20. With light bills, most of them are running 200 and 300. Doesn't help very many people. And that's gonna make a lot of people mad, those that don't get help. You know, somehow, and I don't like the idea, everybody's, even the working people, they're having a hardship. So when we pass out money through hardship, the people that I heard that's getting those hardships are walking on the street out here. You know, there has to be some kind of a system put in that. Like I said, everybody said it's getting cold. We should have centered our attention on propane, electricity, and wood. Granted, there's some that have to go to the hospital, but back in the day, IHS used to give the tribe money out of their Medicare money, whatever they collect back. But they don't do that anymore. And I'm quite sure that those funds are probably still available because those are reimbursed. And we're getting, upstairs is getting bombarded with those medical requests. So she has certain qualifications for that too, but you know, we really need to think about how much we're putting in there because we don't know what's gonna happen during this administration. Not this tribal government, but what's happening in DC. On this, I don't remember this morning or last night on the news, energy programs are proposed to be cut by the Trump administration. So if they get cut, where in the heck, what are we gonna do to help put propane, pay those light bills so our people don't freeze? We know we really need to think about it. You know, we have to have a system that's gonna work, because there's families that called me all summer. Could you pay my light bill? Could you get my light bill paid? Every month, so I told them, well, when is it your turn to pay? Oh, okay, maybe next time. You know, there has to, I think just about everybody on the rest gets some kind of a check. Because we're gonna have light bills hit us now because GA is not coming out. They're gonna be hitting us. So we really need to think about, you know, it's gonna be a long discussion on a budgeting process. Because everybody's gonna have an idea, we need to put money here, put money there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Davey. Ty?
Yeah, I was just gonna ask Steph if she could email out that data that she pulled up on the screen. So Steph, if you could email that to us. Also, but you know, the assistance need is really overwhelming. And you know, there's a lot of ripple effects that come down from, you know, the national level. And you know, we've had it tough as it is, but it's getting to be even tougher. So there really needs to be, you know, a discussion or, you know, a working session on trying to figure out how we can overcome this that we're going through. But in the midst of all of it, you know, I want to thank, you know, the ones that are at the resource center, you know, for your work and your service, that, you know, you're doing the best that you can with what you have in front of you. And I know sometimes it may not be easy, but, you know, I want to recognize, you know, those federal monitors, you know, have been going in there, because I know not all of them have been going over there. But I want to recognize, you know, my federal monitor, my Auntie Deb, you know, for going in there every day or as much as she can to try to be there to help with this assistance that's in need. So I just wanted to put that out there, and that's all that I have, and thank you for the info. But I hope that, you know, we could get something figured out, because it's makes me nervous right now. So thank you.
I want to thank you as well, Fred. You guys carry a heavy load, and it's the weight of the tribe and the needs of the tribe. And I appreciate you and thank you for what you're doing in there, and just keep moving forward. And I also want to say, you know, our day laborers crew is out there doing what they can as far as winter preparation or winterization also. They should be doing that in your districts. Go ahead, Garfield.
Well, I just wanted to thank young Jack for being here today. It's good to see him.
Yeah, come
Are
up
we
here.
eating or something, or?
No, we could not get anyone in time, so it is, we're gonna take a
Well, I
lunch
just
break.
wondered, because John's here, so I was eating again. Hey, Don, smoking Don's in town.
Hello?
Don Clifford.
Bro, give me 1 second. Let's take 10 minutes. I do have housing on, so I just want to get an update from her real quick. Let's take 10 minutes. Be back at 12, actually 7 minutes, 12:10. Be back at 12:10. Hi, can
Recording stopped.
So what, I got his rookie card.
Yeah.
Now, December or
Oh, that way?
February?
Keep her, hold on,
What kind of, what's the,
the value, their
what
value.
kind of, how is it though?
I got the request for the indirect cost budget on Wednesday, yesterday, or Tuesday evening, I guess. There is no way that I can give you anything that's basically not a lie. We don't have anything guaranteed for revenue. We might, some of our programs have said you have an award letter, others haven't. And until the government opens up, what are we gonna do? You guys are gonna have to start telling me where we're gonna take some cuts, because I don't see Republicans and Democrats working on this. So we will be amending this budget, and then again, I looked historically to see when other indirect cost budgets were passed or when they were presented to Finance and Council, and that was in the month of January. So I'm asking if we can maybe plan this in a realistic manner, that maybe sometime in mid to end of December, if that's an option.
Go ahead.
So I need a legal opinion on the Constitution.
Recording in progress.
On the Constitution where it talks about our salaries, says that we'll be paid through availability of funds. Does that, so, sounds like we don't have available funds. So, do we not get paid?
Well, I'm not sure what the legal question is, right?
The legal question is, with the status of the tribe not having indirect cost funds and limited general fund dollars, you can see it in our account, and the Constitution says we get paid through availability of funds. Do we not get paid?
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Trevor.
You know, I asked for a meeting with BIA regarding the sanctions because they make that decision here of who's sanctioned and who's not. And whenever they sanctioned us for 33%, or whenever we negotiate it, in that first letter it said when we negotiate, then we'll get our indirect cost. And then later on, it wasn't in a letter, but the current awarding official decided that instead of giving us the negotiated amount, they're going to give us
A third.
30% of the negotiated amount. Which means normally we get about 60,000 a month, close to that, on the BIA programs. And now we get almost 19, which is ridiculous. Because we're supposed to provide the same services with a third of a third, which is totally crazy. And every other program, every other 638 we have, because we sent engagement letters and everything else, we're not being sanctioned. And we do audit updates with them as well. So I don't understand why BIA, which is our biggest contributor to IDC, why they're holding back so much money when they know that we are working with them. They know that we are working on audits. And on the 425s, we contacted the person who actually wrote the 638 law. And there's no approval process for 425s. The process is that we report from our system the money that we actually received on the award and what we actually spent. And that goes to BIA. BIA accepts that, and at the end of the year when we do the audits, by that time we're supposed to reconcile the 425s. And that will show where the costs or what money we didn't spend. But that's not how it's working. Our accountants are submitting real numbers from the 425s from our system, and BIA is saying, no, we don't approve them because they don't match what we have. And even though we haven't, they don't make the money available many times until January, we're still expected to report that we got the full award starting at the fiscal year, October 1, when we don't. There needs to be a serious meeting with BIA and not just next door. It needs to go higher, because they shouldn't be having us on sanctions when they're not following their process. The law is clear. The 425s are there to report what we are spending and where we are at in the program. If we haven't received the money, if they haven't made it available, then we shouldn't have to report that we have that money. But they expect us to. And that's why they're not accepting our 425s. Or they're not approving, which isn't even in the law. And then instead, it's our fault. It's just really frustrating. Especially because when we talk, it goes on deaf ears.
And I'm going through my email, looking for anything from BIA, Ms. DeVille, or Ms. Merdanian. It is limited unless it's in a letter form. I have Tony, were you going to respond?
Oh, I disagree. I disagree with that comment that you need to go higher. That it does seem like sometimes the line officers get stuck in the way that they're doing, whether it matches the law or not. And it seems like sometimes you have to go higher to get them out of, that's all. I'm just in agreement with that proposal.
Go ahead, Tony.
My question was what are we waiting for? Is there anything that can come from this body, if not the finance, from council that requires something? Because it's Andrea 1, Tina Merdanian, Gina DeVille, and then who do we go to? Because we keep saying, please show us in the instructions in the 425s, please show us where in the letter, or please tell us why. I think it's personal, and we've got to go higher if we're not getting any response in writing. I always play with the playbook, personnel policies, financial management handbook, something. But when I look at the instructions for the 425, nowhere in there is it noted. The CFRs identify that their job is to accept, not approve.
You know, it's kind of odd that we have one of our own tribal members that's kind of feels like they're against us as a tribe. And I don't see how or why. Why would they make it any harder for us knowing that we're already struggling finding resources for our people? And now our working class, you know, we're making it even harder because we're cutting hours because of this game being played. I'm in agreement with Cora and Tony. I think we need to go a step up. Whoever their direct supervisor are, and request a meeting and a sit down, because Cora and Tony, they're pretty well informed and educated in this area to know that, you know, it ain't on the tribe's fault. You know, it ain't us. It's for whatever reasons the BIA. So I don't know, do we make a motion for that to set that up?
There's already been a motion, it was already passed, but there's no meeting yet.
Well, who's dropping the ball? Who's dropping the ball? Oh, okay, I see. So then our hands are
There
tied.
were people over there, they
But I never got an answer from my attorney here.
So with respect to the payments, so nothing in the bylaws related to salary prohibits you from using general fund from councilmen. It just is may be paid out of available funds. So I think, at this point, it's more a practical question of what you're going to determine are available funds.
So yes
Well,
or
the
no, right?
Constitution's quite vague a lot, and then we determine words and definitions and whatever. And so, what is availability of funds?
It means, do you have the money?
Right? And we don't.
Are you done, Marco?
Yep.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, I think some of that needs to be discussed in our working session on the general fund and whatever we get paid out of, because it is in there. If there's no money, we don't get paid. Anyway, I do, you gotta remember that this sanctions came down because a lot of things were getting submitted to BIA. And it's not personal. You guys always make it sound like it's personal. If the work was done, we wouldn't be on sanction. So we gotta take responsibility as a tribe too. We get funds based on agreements, of our signed agreements to this is how it's gonna be, this is how we're gonna report, everything. But we didn't do our part. And you gotta admit to that. In the beginning, BIA didn't even have to release any funds to us because we're on sanction. But with that agreement that the past comptroller sat down and they met over there at BIA, they agreed that they're going to release some of these funding for the indirect cost at a rate. But you also got to remember that we were set at a high rate at one time, but they had to negotiate these rates, and our rates actually went down, so we can't bill or we can't go get indirect costs based on that high rate anymore. We're down to what, 20-some%?
33.3
No.
for all programs,
No,
and
that's-
then BIA's rate is
No.
29.72.
Yeah, that's what we get now for the BIA. But they're only distributing 33-point-something.
No,
Yeah,
No.
on that rate.
no,
Of that 29%, they're distributing 33%
Yeah,
of the
that's what I'm
29.
saying.
That's why I said,
Yeah.
whenever we're set for about 60,000 or more a month, we're getting 19.
Yeah, that's true, because of that lower rate now. So we gotta remember that was changed,
But that was never in any letter.
but it was agreed upon. Yeah, I think we read that at one of those schedules, that when Dean was here, we read that. And then, you guys are mentioning they're doing this and doing that. Do we have it in writing that they're making us do these type of things illegal? You guys are saying illegal, it's not legal, but we need it in writing before we start pointing fingers. And our 425s have instructions on how they get done. And BI only accepts these if they're done right or input it right. Then they accept them. But I don't think they're approving at this level, Yeah.
I agree 100% with what you said. I'll bring you a 425 in instructions. They don't tell, again, if we don't have the money, we should not report it on there. Just because it says we received this grant 10-1 doesn't mean we got the money 10-1. We'll get it next year, January, February. But what is being required now is to lie and say, put it as though we got it on 10-1. If we put it on 10-1 right now, we don't have anything, and that's not right. The 425 says, what have you spent and what have you gotten? Every other funding agency, BOR, Department of Justice, who is a stickler they're accepting every other program's 425s. They're accepting, they're not approving. And that's what BIA should be doing. We could put ABC on there and they should be accepting it, not approving it. That's what the law says, the CFRs, if you want to read that.
Yeah, I think that it depends on what numbers they're putting in there. So that's the reason I think that's what's happening is the correct money that's being awarded down to the programs. Once you get an award, that amount goes into your beginning of the budget. But I don't know what's going on. But yeah, there's some communication issues, and I think, do you guys work with that Diane yet?
Can I respond?
Yeah.
6-7 months ago, didn't I? Is it on now? Okay, 6-7 months ago, you requested that the president's office set this up. I asked to be included, because Dean was the one, and he said, we're waiting for the president's office, we're waiting. 425s are push. Every other program was accepting them, and no, to put it very straight, 3 weeks in a row, I went to the president's office and asked, and that was not. Instead, I was informed that BIA didn't pay her the last time she came out to the casino, and that they were working with the president of Rosebud, and I'm not getting a CC, I'm not doing anything. So I'm in the process of trying to get some help from Ben Navansa. He is the one that knows, he wrote the law. He should know. He helped us before with millions of dollars during, he got written up because that was during the takeover before my time and all of that. So we didn't have to pay that back because he sat with Dean and with Stacy and they negotiated. They pulled out every paper there was, but we didn't have to pay millions back. But we just want the opportunity to get this work done. We can't go back to Dean's negotiation. We can't go back to Mason agreeing and not doing, or Casey doing this. We just want to start from here and go, but we need your backup. We need your support. We can't change what happened, but we can right now and go forward.
So I have an order. I have Garfield, Sonia, and then Don Ryan.
So, and it's just for me, is because when you hear, us council reps talk about things that we think, well, we're not the experts. You guys are the experts. That's what you guys get paid for. And so, being our experts and knowing what we are and we aren't doing, we have to stand beside and behind you guys. And so, if the BIA is at fault, then tell us. If you're just denying that the tribe's at fault and don't want to take responsibility, then tell us. But tell us straight up, because I know that as a councilman, I'm not well versed in the 425s and all of that process, and I don't care if I was a program director. The fact of the matter is that you guys work with that stuff every single day, and you guys should know. So, I want to say answer, is it more our fault or is it more the Bureau's fault?
Our fault is that they weren't submitted. That is, and I accept responsibility even though it's before my time. But I'm having some of the accountants do dual 425s, and that takes much more time because what is being required now is to export from our MIP accounting system into Excel and change the dates, create this so that they'll accept them here. But I'm also having them do the way the instructions in the CFR and on the 425s. I don't know who to say right or wrong, because when I ask, they say BIA is only to accept them. When I asked Gwen from Baker Tilly, what do we do? She said, if you're going to change the cash on hand, you're going to need to pay for a new audit for those years. So if we just went with the truth and said, okay, yes, we got this money here and we were $2 million in the hole for that quarter, but in the next quarter we got the $2 million. So What's the difference between being truthful or forging it to match what's being required? But they will not put that in writing. They just keep sending them back.
So, is that one of your recommendations that we do go above these individuals? Okay. And we already have action on it, right? Okay.
I want follow-up on that too. Can you give us a timeline? Because we're rushing. We've already opened up our, Baker Tilly's opened up 2023. We're reconciling the next year's accounts. We're trying to move as fast as we can. But then it's limited because people in Washington are gone. People at local area offices are gone. So I want to see us moving, but moving together and not pointing fingers. It's not anybody's fault. Let's fix it.
Are you done, Garfield?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Diane.
You know, I think that what my colleague said is exactly true. And that's how I look at it too. Just can't go back just because you became acting comptroller, that we're gonna change everything. There was a comptroller in there before, prior. And he's the one that sat down, the letter's written right here, May 1st or May 8th, 2025. He sat down with the BIA, because I remember when he came in front of us, he said that's exactly what they did with their accountants. And they made some, agreed to some corrective action plan. That's what BIA is following. It's 2 pages. I don't know if you have that. Maybe you need a copy of it to read it, because we all received that. So whatever happened today, we are on sanctions. It's not our fault. I've been a director twice. I may not do the professional, but some of us have worked in the system before. So we know what's going on. All I'm going to say today is that we are on sanctions because we did not do certain things. We received those BIA grants, the president signs off on us agreeing to all these things. But when it's not followed, then this is where we're at. So today I'm not going to sit here and smooth it over, make it look good, but we got work to do.
And
that's what we want to do. The Finance Committee has been working hard to try to figure this out too. Right now today we can't do nothing because we have a shutdown right now. We don't know when they're going to open. Yeah, there might be some bodies over there, but they're not going to meet with us because of the shutdown. So, you know, I'm not going to sit here and act like, you know, we got to change everything because Tony's in there now. We had Dean in there before, prior. Dean was the comptroller. And he, let me finish. He's the one that said we would do all these things. So we should be doing it. We should be working forward to get it done. Now we're at a low IDC rate. That's part of our working session. We want to sit down, look at our general fund budget. We want to look at our indirect cost budget because we can, and we're going to have to probably look at that low rate in order for us, council and everyone else that's under indirect cost. We have to look at that to see how we're going to pay these. You know, still in the Constitution, I read it, it's in the bylaws. So, you know, I don't need no opinion back to me or nothing because this is my opinion. And I think that we're not gonna sit here and argue about things. But the bottom line is we have a shutdown. Some of our programs are hurting too. And now we're behind on our audits. That's not anything that we created. And Garfield's right. They're the professionals sitting up there. They're the ones working in these positions, getting paid for it. I'm not going to sit here and just smooth it over and act like what we're saying, we don't know what we're saying. There was an Ann Wan that signed off on that letter. Self-determination officer. Andrea Wan, sorry about that. Andrea Wan. We said we want to have a meeting with BIA, so that's what we need to do. Once that government shutdown is over, they open up their offices, yes, let's sit down and meet with them. Let's sit down and talk to them. You know, 2 administrations ago, BOR contacted me directly because nobody was even paying attention to them. Nobody. Because I worked for the low water program and I knew them, they were contacting me saying, when can you come to the table and have a meeting? We have all these things that we're concerned about within the programs. So I'm the one who brought that up. I brought it up to Mason at the time, he was the treasurer. I said, you know what, we gotta sit down and meet. You guys need to do something here, because it's gonna hurt that program, those programs. That's when that task force was put together to meet. So yeah, these funding agencies, sometimes they go through that. So, you know, I've worked with funding agencies, and so I know. So, you know, to me, today, and this weekend, I'm hoping we can get a good turnout, Madam Chair, at this finance working session on our general fund and indirect cost. Everyone has concerns here, so I hope I see you guys over there. We all need to be there to talk about this general fund and indirect cost. But sometimes it ends up just being 5. Barely make a quorum. So today I want to, us as a finance committee to know that this is what happened. So Dean did agree to some things. He may not be here, but he still agreed to these corrective action things. He said, we will get these done in order to work on our 425. So I read letters, I read these things, and I want to understand it, and I want to make sure that we're looking out for the best interests of our tribe. So we're not some that are fighting. We're just trying to, as legislators, understand and do something right, because it's hurting our people. It's hurting our programs. So today, just want to end with that. And we do need that meeting, Madam Chair. I don't know when it's going to happen, but maybe you can follow up with it. But we did take the action already. But Mr. Patton did agree to these things. So it's by letter, and we're not going to change the mind of a federal government. Did they ever listen to us? Did they ever listen to anything the tribe said? They were going to go by what their policies and their regulations say, because we have our own policies too. Thank you.
So it looks like they do meet virtually. We will send an email out because I want to remind you all that Monday there is a virtual consultation. I don't know if legally that counts. This is for our attorney, and I'll forward this email to you. It's regarding the BIA wildfire management program. That was something that I brought up, and I'll forward the email to you. But that's something that was brought up. So I have Don Roy, Davey, then Garfield.
Thank you, Chair. Andrea Wong, is in, where's she work at? Does she work over here?
No.
She's
at the top. She's at Aberdeen? So I'm kind of confused. So Corey, you said that, the BI over here shut, denied the 425s?
Yep. Yeah. But the BIA over here denies the 425s and sends them back to the tribe because they don't approve them. But the law says they don't have to approve them. They're supposed to accept them and then meet after the audits are done to reconcile, or right before or whatever, to reconcile and make sure that everything is hunky-dory. That way they know at the end of that fiscal year how much carryover the program has for the next year. And you know, I don't know how many of you are familiar with the way programs operate, but they know that BIA doesn't release funds until January, sometimes even March. So they make sure that they have carryover at the end of their fiscal year to carry them at least a few months. So whenever the accountants do the 425s, they send them over. The 425s are meant to be a real actual fiscal accounting for each program. But if they don't use the real numbers to report, then how is BIA supposed to know how much carryover they have? Or how much they actually spent?
Chair, are we gonna have a meeting with BIA sometime, like soon, really soon?
We have been trying, she did send out the letter, I will read it to you here, hold on, let me pull it up real quick.
I think it's good that we meet with them and all get in a room and sit down and talk about this again, because I'm just kind of confused now, but I do know there's a corrective action plan still on the table too from Dean, so we gotta get some things cleared up here. And I'm willing to work through these problems and move on, but still, if there's anybody that needs to be held accountable for this mess, we still need to hold them accountable.
Right.
So
the last letter she sent out was to the president. Thank you so much for the kind invitation to the upcoming tribal council meeting. I truly appreciate the opportunity to connect with tribal leadership and continue to building on our partnership due to the ongoing federal government shutdown. I am required to follow guidance from the Office of Management and Budget, OMB, which limits my work to accepted activities, those essential to protecting life, property, and critical infrastructure. I'm disappointed I won't be able to attend the meeting under these circumstances, but I remain committed to staying in touch and look forward to reconnecting as soon as regular operations resume. Thank you again for your understanding and continued collaboration.
And that was from Tina, or was that the Andrea one?
That's from our superintendent, Ms. Dugal.
Oh, Ms. Duval? So basically, that way it's gonna shut down. Jesus. Okay, thank you, Chair. But one more thing goes, I think, Chair, as soon as we could, we need to meet with them, really urgent, so, thank you.
I have Davey, Garfield, and Jackie.
We can go round and round and round on the indirect cost and general fund. I really don't know how we can even start looking at a general fund. Because a majority of that is lease income, and a lot of them leasers have submitted their payments. And they're laying over here at the BIA, because they've got nobody putting them into those accounts where it's supposed to go. So our landowners, they're not getting any lease checks. It's the same way as indirect costs. There's nobody gonna doing the paperwork over there, so the tribe ends up not getting any indirect cost dollars. So to me, with the cuts and everything, and Garth was saying is, how do they get paid? But the only way you can get paid is that they gotta work on the 630, you gotta produce. So we have to. It's unfortunate that indirect cost staff is the one that's suffering out of this whole thing. And there might be a few programs, might be some general fund. But we gotta work this somehow. And I really think, only my opinion, how can we come up with a budget this weekend when we don't even know how much money we're gonna receive? We can put millions of dollars in there or nothing in there, and if it's all wrong, all we do is come back and do budget modifications, and I hate doing budget modifications. There's gotta be a way, because we have to try and work this out for our employees somehow. Because I hate to have a shutdown. We might as well say we're shut down now because of the lack of hours that their employees are putting in now. They're hurting too. They gotta go back and forth to work. So we can point fingers at all day, but I'm going to ask you one thing. When did the BIA ever work with the tribe? Tell me one time. It's never happened. That's what brought the indirect cost lawsuit in the past. Because the shortage, the government failed to provide to the tribe. You know, I know there's some people that want to take up for, well, we need to hear that side, need to hear that side, but you know what the bottom line was? The auditors that was hired kicked us under the table and didn't provide a service. I don't know where that's at. Council passed a resolution to file a lawsuit against them. I don't know where that's at. I don't know what attorney got assigned that. But you know, we're being kicked under the bus in every direction right now. We need to really think about our staff and our people out there. We talked about, because there's not going to be no assistance for propane and electricity and things like that, because we don't have a general fund. And everybody thinks, well, it's on paper right here. On paper don't mean diddly. You got to have it in the bank. You can put whatever dollar amount you want on paper. But you know, we just need to think about what we're doing. The BIA is only here because of the tribes. And they will not work with us. So if they wanted to work with us, they would be here. And I don't think to cross the buildings over, the next building over, really want to work with us. We need to go higher than that. You know, we tried to remove that superintendent. She's not the person we selected. We got stuck with the person that don't work with the tribe. We need to go higher up. We need to get that lady out of Aberdeen and let's get her here. Somebody that can call, give us an answer. Because we're not getting any answers. Because you know her famous words are, I'll get back to you. Never gets back to us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Garfield?
So are we making any leeway in our 425s or we?
Yeah.
Yes, we are. It's just taking double time because what's going to happen is if she submits them all the way that they're requesting, then she's going to have to turn around and do them all the other way. We just want to know which is the right way and which is the wrong way so we can just focus on that and keep moving. Because I asked her to do them both.
Okay, so what are we trying to change? Like, Army, what are you trying to change?
I'm trying to just say, accept them, do your job, BIA, and accept these 425s. Let us focus on them, get them done, focus on the audits, and say thank you to the accountants that are upstairs. They work hard. You know, I agree, they're behind, but what can we do if we keep focusing on that? Everybody's getting burnt out. There's more and more work and less time. And nobody's ever gone up there and said, good job. You know, we're starting 23, that audit. We're working as much as we can. We are following those guidelines in that letter. And we did to our part. You know, every other funding agency is accepting the 425s except for BIA. And also, if they followed that letter to a T, we wouldn't have been sanctioned until October 1st when we were behind in 2024's audit because it says no more than 3. We were no more than 2 that whole time.
I'm good.
Jackie?
Yeah, I think the BIA, I know people don't like people. You know, it's really unprofessional how we treat each other. We should be professional and try to work together instead of pointing fingers. These are our own people, and I don't think they go against our own. You know, I'm going to stand by that because I know certain people in BIA too. But I do know that, you know, when we do submit the 425s, they are looking at them, and if they're reasonable, they'll accept them. But if they're not, they are going to be returned to give them, they don't just send them back, they tell you what's wrong. And then you make that correction and then get them sent back through. So yeah, they're willing to be accepted, and that's how it goes, but it has to be reasonable. And then, the audits too, once the 22 audit is submitted, I think the Purnell and them are gonna renegotiate the rate. So they're just waiting for the 2022 audits to get done. Hopefully it's done by the end of December. So, just those type of things that we have to wait on too. So, that's, just wanted to state that.
So, I think we beat that up pretty good. Really, due to this government shutdown, they're not going to accept our 425s. We can't communicate with the superintendent who should be trying to work with us. We'll continue to reach out. I think a motion would help if a motion would be made that the president send a letter that we are requesting a meeting with our regional director, our regional office, immediately. And so maybe we'll start with that motion there.
I think Garfield made that motion. Or did you make that motion, Garfield? I'll second it.
Okay.
Meet with the regional director.
So the president will send that letter out that we meet with the regional director immediately.
But have our lawyer drafted, so it's drafted, and all he has to do is sign it.
There you go. And for our attorney to draft the letter and for him to sign it.
So we don't have to chase.
So,
But
well, I'm not gonna get in a pissing match, but. I mean, he has an attorney too. What does he do?
I will make sure to CC the council.
Bolden Whiteman,
Yes.
Garfield Steele, Craig Dillon,
Yep.
George Dreamer Jr.
What's the motion?
The president to send a letter to be drafted by the OST attorney to the regional director to meet immediately.
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Coulier,
Yeah.
Ty Lunderman, Don Ray Goldsberg,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 9 yes, 2 not voting.
9 yes, 2 not voting, motion passed. I believe Georgette wanted to respond.
Just for clarification, meet immediately on the 425s and the requirements for submission and why they're not being accepted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
Thank you all. I do need to be excused. Is there something that you need from me this weekend? Because my mom turned 84 yesterday, so we are having dinners and kind of doing things, family time with her, so she kind of ranks above all of you. Just kidding, it was pre-planned.
You are on the agenda, so we are going to keep you here so we can address number 9. Real quick, if you all can draw a line through item number 5, the children's home with Ms. Lomine. She is working with Susan Schrader. She'll do a follow-up at the next finance meeting, or we'll stay in contact with her if she doesn't get the assistance she needed. But we'll move number 9 up since we have Ms. Montalvo here.
Any staff account?
Yeah, there's questions regarding funding that was deposited from the BIA into the ASAP account. Jackie requested this. Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, I think there was an erroneous error that BIA had made and deposited funding into the ASAP account. But they need that returned so we can send the correct amount. But are you guys working on that to get it returned? Because they do need that back.
Okay, well, that was a personnel issue, so do I need to close the door?
Yes.
Is there a motion to go into executive?
Motion.
We have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Third.
Can I go ahead and
White man,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Facebook?
Craig Gillen,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Coulier,
Yeah.
Ty Lunderman, Don
Okay, so meeting is resumed at 1:31. 1:31. So just real quick, an admin note update. I spoke with Housing CEO, the assistance for the elderly will be at the end of the month of November after their contracts meeting, and it's for housing tenants only. Housing tenants only for the elderly. So they will be doing assistance, and then I asked for the chief of staff to come and give an update for the LEAP energy update, because he has an update for that as well. So that'll be coming. Moving on, Native Sun News invoice, actually, can you make that motion regarding the indirect cost?
A motion that, we set aside November 13th at our next, finance meeting to just meet on the indirect cost budget only.
So we have a motion to go over the indirect cost budget specifically, and second by Garfield and Craig, go ahead.
No add-ons.
And with zero add-ons.
Well, Sonia will bring add-ons.
And then run the vote.
Sonia will bring some add-ons.
Bolden, Whiteman,
Yes.
Garfield, Steele,
No.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes. Second.
Julianne Spotted Bear, Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Poyer,
That.
yes, Islanderman not voting, Dominic Goldsberry,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, 7 yes, 1 no, not voting.
7 yes, 1 no, 2 not voting, motion passed. So remember, no add-ons, and that'll be the indirect cost specifically. She should have everything covered at that time. Okay, moving on, Native Sun News invoice. So this was emailed to me and I added it to the agenda. I also asked for Lynn to create a long-term calendar for all of our open contracts. I'm gonna ask Yami to present that as well. I asked her to create a long-term calendar for any of our contracts that are open, such as Keeley Radio, Lakota Times, Sun News, all those areas that we pay annually to. Go ahead, Yami.
Hi, Kelly Jack, PR. Yes, I've been contacting the media on there, so the 2 newspapers to give us a 1 page or a half a page to publish our minutes or any special notices. And in the past, they just kind of been, wasn't doing a 1-year subscription, they were just doing it by request. So I asked them, well, what would that look like if we did a 1-year subscription, one-time payment for 1 year, so that we can do that. And I think you guys already approved the Keeley one already. The Keeley one was $5,000 and then $3,600 for the shows twice a month. For any council members, any committee members, or anyone that needs to go to Keeley Radio. The Lakota Times, it was gonna be $6,000 per year for a 1-year subscription for half a page. Native Sun News is $159 dollars per page. So you times that by 12 months. So that's the reason why we're gonna put more things out there for any upcoming events, or we can do anything as far as advertisements or anything that you guys need to do for those political stuff.
Go ahead, Sonia.
So, we have something in, like a contract for this, to the treasurer?
No,
6,000?
we don't. We don't have any contracts with any of them. The advertising, and I think that, Yami, you need to understand whenever they say full page, it's one issue, one item. So if it's an announcement for a meeting, that's the only thing that can be on that page.
Yeah.
So, I don't know how realistic it is to say it's going to be 159, because that's 159 times 52 issues.
Yeah. I just asked for a quote, so, I mean, I really don't know how it looks like, if they wanna send all of those all the time. Maybe you just said to email stuff if that was the bigger plan.
So that total would be 8,268.
Question.
Jackie, then Garfield.
And I think this is the time that we need to probably just put these on hold until we find out on the general fund, our working session and what the cuts we have to make, or,
Right.
I think we should hold off on it. So I'll make a motion to table until we get our finances cleared up.
So we have a motion to table, is there a second? And second by Garfield, so that does end the discussion. And the vote? Is that
The little
on-
white man?
Both, he has both of them on there, correct? Or native son and,
No, just me.
okay.
So for all,
Or Lakota son and native son?
Yeah, all of them.
And Keely?
That was already taken.
Yes. Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yep.
Craig Gillen,
Yep.
Use your mic.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yep, take
Jackie
that.
Sears,
No, but it's,
Really, yeah.
yes,
remember she asked me?
Dave Queer, Ty Lunderman, Montgomery Bolster,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, 9 yes, 2 not voting.
9 yes, 2 not voting, motion passed. Go ahead, Garfield.
I mean, honestly, by a show of hands, how many people read the Native Sun News? I mean, is it really something we would waste $8,000 on when one or two people read it? I mean, a lot of the information is out on social media. And just about every grandma has a phone that's on social media, so I just don't see it as a good expense. And Mrs. Chair,
Alright, I don't know.
Davey and Craig didn't use their mic, so you need to kick them up.
You were getting kicked out because you're getting smart. But thank you for that, I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, kick them up.
Acting smart out.
They're respectful. But no, thank you for that. I think the PR can do his cost analysis with that as well, just to see how much usage is out there.
Okay.
And,
He got his done and he left.
then we need someone to go pick up the food items as well.
Okay, Yummy?
And,
Or shall
Y'all be done? Okay.
moving
We're gonna
on.
ask him twice.
Instead of five, okay.
Yeah. OST copy of revenue report, Mr. Palmer, can we get him down here?
He was down here.
Yeah, he was down here. So this was a big one that was requested. We know that Utilities is working on their AT&T update as well as their utilities update. There was a report on some folks, or some businesses not paying their utilities for some years. And that's gonna be coming forth as well. And so that's something that will be in EV&D areas. So just for the record, introduce yourself and go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, I'm Bob Palmer, Executive for Revenue, here to do my report. Just so, I just want to say a couple months back, Finance Committee took action that my report be submitted with the monthly treasurer's report. So this was given out with that monthly treasurer's report, and it was ready last week with the finance that happened. So hopefully you got to look over it already, but not, another copies going around.
We have them in our packet. And then they just like give us the same one, so is this the same one?
Yeah.
Then,
Yeah, that's what he sent me for the last meeting.
So,
So it should be.
Yeah, it is.
So I think that usually, Bob, y'all give us a budget where you had last year's revenue and what you proposed for the following year.
A projection?
Yeah, projection.
Yeah.
Of what you think are gonna bring in. Because we was hearing this morning that, I was hearing anyway from Terrell Director that, gee, I think the way they're looking at it, they're really bringing in some revenue in the Terrell account this
Yeah.
year. And
Yeah.
so, I think what we were told, we're just kind of, that's kind of what we wanted to see was, what you're bringing in for next year. What do you think you're proposing? Did you put that budget in here or is this just?
But that's not what the committee actually told me to bring, so.
Oh, I thought it was that one you always bring where you show us what you collected. And then what you think you're gonna collect.
Okay, that's, I usually do that on a spreadsheet, but, no, I read it that they wanted the year-to-date and the marijuana breakdown.
Yeah, this is good to know now, but, wanted to see something for what you projected for next year.
Okay, I didn't do those yet, I usually do those at the end of December, but together.
So you have it ready, maybe by the time you do indirect costs, huh? You can bring it then.
I'll do general fund, and I'll do the
No,
exact cost.
indirect costs, we want to set up a separate meeting,
There's no
November
add-ons.
13th.
They just want your projection
Yeah,
for
just your
next year.
projection.
November 13th?
Yeah, if we can get it, bring it during that time.
Already, it's not supposed to be more.
I got a question since it was mentioned.
Yeah, no add-ons.
Oh, yeah. Well, he needs to know it.
I told you.
If we have it today, you would have gave it to us. You know what?
Yeah, I didn't, I didn't, the way I read the,
No, and this is for the committee, did we have someone research or some about the Terrell monies? If we took action to send the money out to the districts, remember? About a few weeks ago. we took
That was
action.
tabled,
Oh, okay.
so he's going to bring it back to EB&D on the 21st is the meeting. So I asked him to send an invite out to the council so that we could be a part of that meeting so he can make that amendments
Okay.
to that ordinance and then we come back. So what Sonia is requesting is like he stated is a general fund request. Is that something you can, I know it's short notice, but I presume it can't be ready
So-
by this weekend, correct?
by the 13th, I'll have that 26 projection ready.
Okay, got,
No, add-on.
I know, so it won't be any add-ons, so it'll be for the 20th, the next finance meeting. 20th,
So the 20th,
yeah,
November 20th?
yeah.
Alright. And so I guess what you could read is what's in this report is the first part of it is the total collected, total by our office from January 1st till the 28th of October. And then there's another report with totals that was just October 1st to the 28th, and that's how I usually do these, is the year-to-date and then the most recent month. And then the way I read the email was they wanted a breakdown of the marijuana that was collected, and this is a breakdown that started the 1st of January 25 up until the 28th of this month. In the back is, to go along with the marijuana report, is a letter that my office sends, that I send to the Marijuana Commission on the 21st of every month, that shows the businesses that didn't come in and report their sales tax, marijuana businesses. Some of them may have come in after the 21st, but this letter goes out on the very next day every time. On that list, the first 8 have multiple months of non-reporting. And then 9 through 12 are just the most recent month that was due. And behind that are, there are 5 businesses that have reported but have unpaid balances. And, you know, some of them may have agreements with the commission for collection. We don't get a copy of that.
Go ahead, Andre.
Cora, what's our, general fund, budget for all the programs and contracts and stuff?
The total?
Yeah.
The total was based off the projections from last year.
Yeah. We've got 10 months here, and we made rate 29 million, we still got two more months.
Yeah, but those are not all general fund.
Correct. Taxes though, right?
They're not, some of
It's
them
all
are
revenue?
not, that don't go to general fund.
Yeah, this is not all just
So our budget was 17,962,000. So to general fund, taro fees, sales and use, excise, general fund specifically, then down to cigarette tax, rent, renewal of business licenses, taro work permits, buoys, reimbursements. Those are when the programs are charged. When they don't pay their bill and they take it out of the rent, and then we charge the programs.
Yeah.
My concern is just that, I guess we're cash flowing as a tribe, that's good. What other funds we don't got, here's a casino, casinos, parks and rec. What's another entity that we don't get, housing? But, is this everything, Bob, too?
This is everything that came by check or cash,
Okay.
not the ACH.
Okay. No, I just wanted to get that, stuff. Thank you, Cora, thank you, Bob. I have a few questions on it.
Go ahead, Davey.
So do you keep, are you notified on the bond, excess bond money?
Yeah.
And who handles that? Is that you?
Well, Cora does, but the day I got the thing from the bank about the transfer was the day I put this together. So it's there. It was 750,000 this year, but it just didn't make it into this report because of the date.
Okay. Then how often do we get reimbursements back from the program? I mean, is there several programs or just a couple that?
Oh, are you talking about these buoy reimbursements?
Yeah.
That depends
And if they pay
on the
their bill.
situation.
Yeah.
They get 90 days to pay their bill, and then it's deducted from our rent.
Right.
And so when we put buoys reimbursement, it could be construed as rent, because that's all it is. We build those programs.
No, where I was going with it is, does it happen often with the program?
Not as
Not as much as it used to, no. And so I just didn't tell you yet, Cora, but I just got the letter and the check from buoys, and I think we owed 3 different programs for about, off the top of my head, I want to say $617,
Yeah,
which wasn't a big amount.
right.
And so we've notified those 3 programs that owed for that $600. So it's a lot better now. And so I contact buoys, contact property, hold off on the purchase order till we clear this up, and that kind of speeds things up with the programs. And
All right, thank you.
yep.
Are there any other questions for revenue?
Just on the, I do have a question on that marijuana money that we've been collecting, and we've been giving it out, just bits and pieces here and there, and I got college students that are asking for assistance. I said that this morning, 2 of them. because of the shutdown, like higher ed can't get money out to these colleges. And so, you know, yesterday I got one from Kyle, then I got another one for our district, but they're asking for help. And so I'm really hoping that somewhere down the road here, we can sit down and put something together for the marijuana money. And I think we need to somehow set aside now how much % for this and that and this, so that way we have a budget and we can help people. And so I really hope we can do that, because it looks like he's been collecting from some of these marijuana dispensaries and some are not paying in. So those are some two concerns that we probably need to start looking at, you know. And I know we have a marijuana commission, but you know, we need to, I know there's been some working sessions, I haven't gone to any of them, just one, but I don't know, I haven't seen that coming in front of us yet. But I really hope that we can sit down and start looking at the budget, putting a budget together for it. Because right now, we got our people that are hurting even like that. And now today, with hearing from the resource office, there's no money to help these. So I'm really hoping that we can someday, before this administration is over, to finally set something on the budget for that. So I just wanted to say that because I'm looking at Bob's report and all these money that we're collecting from the marijuana. Thank you.
Also, I have our secretary contacting our tribal education director, because she did put out one once in our education committee that she does help college students. And I just want to put that out there. But
That's exactly what I was going to say, because they did report that they would assist college students for books or tuition or travel or whatever. Tribal ed.
So just refer to tribal ed?
Yeah.
What?
I know I've referred 3 people out there, they did get assistance.
So she only received 2 requests. She does, I have her on the phone. You want to hear her real quick?
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. Dana, I have you on speaker and I'm going to put you on if you want to let them know what your program provides as well.
Okay, so
Just introduce yourself for the record.
Okay, so this is Dana Bravigo, I'm the Tribal Education Agency Director, and we assist Oglala Local College because they're the educational institution that pays the 2%, and we haven't received any requests from Oglala Local College for assistance.
So you don't assist with any other students from any other colleges?
We haven't, and we don't have a process to assist individual students. So any checks that we write go to the educational institution. It doesn't go to a student per se individual.
So we need a process for the students outside of policy, correct?
Exactly. And I have reached out to programs that do assist with this to have them share their policy with me, their application with me, and their process. So, but I haven't received anything back.
Thank you, Dana. So, again, we I think that's on us to create those policies and make those updates, to have those, provide those assistance. Well, it's on record. Thank you, Bob. Is there a motion to approve this report?
Motion.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Boulder White Man,
Yes.
Garfield Hill,
Yep.
Greg Gillen,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Go.
Dave Coulier, Jackie Sears, Lomar Bolster,
Yes.
Sonia Little Western.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, to not voting motion passed. Okay, take 10 minutes.
get yourself situated. Good luck on the challenge.
Yeah, I'm already.
No, I know this is kind of customary with committee and I really ask for the same respect. But, recently we lost a really important figure for our people. Someone who stood up and defended the land, the water, and our people. He was a frontline warrior. And so I'll make a motion that we give $1,000 to Michelle Tyon for funeral assistance for Mr. Victoria Kent.
So we have a motion, is there a second? Second. Second?
From general fund.
No, he passed away 3 days ago.
Bull Little White Man,
Yes.
Garfield Steele,
Yep.
Craig Gillen,
Yes.
George Streamer Jr., Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Coulier, Dominic Goldsberry,
Yes.
Danielle Little Hawk Weston, 9 yes, 1 not voting.
9 yes, 1 not voting.
Thank you, guys.
Passed. Yes, and condolences and prayers to his family. Okay, take 10 minutes.
10-minute break. Yep.
Have the Leah said she sent you a report on her program. Can you provide the committee with an update on what's going on with Leah? The last time we spoke to her, she said that she was doing her cup account, and we haven't received an update. We know that there's funding available, but there's questions on where she's at with that.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, it's been a long day. Roughly right now, there is $114,000 available within the program after clearing up the accountants and working with the accountants on cleaning up the budget.
Which one is that one? Sorry?
So, yeah.
Okay.
So what we ended up doing was we purchased heaters and for all of our districts, ended up being about 7,600. So we have about 103,000 left. That's going to be determined between all the districts for propane, for electricity. Once we verify with our accountant that we can put that PSA out, and then we'll determine the protocol on how we're going to accept elders, disabled, however you guys want to do it. We'll come up with a plan that we'll bring back to you, and then we'll start taking applications for each district before the snow flies. So roughly about $103,000 is what's left and available for us to utilize to catch us through the winter time. So we are going to distribute those heaters out to each district. We've been utilizing the CAP offices to get them out. And if we can buy some more, we can. And we were kind of limited on that because that's all that was able to be ordered. But we will try to get some more heaters based on the funding that we have left. So, any questions?
No. Go ahead, Sonia. I just want to say something real quick regarding the heaters. Our emergency management advised a few weeks ago regarding the heaters and his advisement against the heaters and their cause for fires in our homes. And a lot of the reasoning for the fires across our districts. And so if there was a better solution for the app to utilize the funding to winterize our homes, i.e. Coverage for the windows, assistance for filling doorways, such like that. So when looking at these heaters, maybe energy efficient type heaters to assist or to help in that manner. Because when he talked about a lot of these homes were due to the space heaters that were being utilized. Go ahead.
So the heaters that we are getting, that have already been actually ordered, are the tip proof. So they self-kill if they're tipped over. The app has provided plastic to all of the districts for their day labor. Day labor is going to install plastic in the elders' homes that are available. And any other suggestions that we have out there, based on the funding that we have, she's going to utilize it to help. But she is addressing the application process right now. We're going to use the same one, but just trying to get whatever resources we have out there out to the districts. Be fair about it. If every district getting the same amount. Some that are left over, we'll look at the larger districts like Kyle, Pine Ridge. We're going to try to make sure every district gets an allocation of heaters as well as financial assistance to help. We're not going to do any homes, or we at least had the discussion. That's part of the discussion you folks need to have too. Is we don't want to be doing a home that's 6 months back on their life. Because that's ultimately not our responsibility, but I think making sure that we're responsible in how we administer those funds.
So Sonia, then Jeremy.
John, I think not only the LEAP funds, but within that program, she told us she had funds like CSBG. Is there anything available in that one?
They're still working on that, and I'll get that number to you guys. This right now is just their carryover that they were able to determine that they had, but they are working on CSBG as well.
Okay, because we have tribal members that live off the reservation that are also needing assistance, and she told us a while back that that was for off-reservation only. So if we can get something like that, we can start referring them to her office.
Yeah. I'll get you folks the number specific as far as what we have for off-reservation assistance.
Jeremy, then Garfield.
Well, I know one of the issues with the space heaters is we got a lot of people that don't have working furnaces. Is there any kind of partnerships like SODS or anything like that where we can help these people that don't have working furnaces?
That is something that we would have to discuss with HIP. And work with HIP to see if they have available funding to contract out those services, but that would be something that would be able to do, so we would rely on HIP to do that portion of it.
So I did get a message this morning when we were talking about funding. HIP does not have any available funding. Were you done, Jeremy?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Garfield.
So, is there a formula that LEAP goes by to distribute money per district? Because every report we're seeing, you know, it's just, I'll say it, Pine Ridge is getting a huge portion of all the funding, and I understand they're a bigger district, but there still has to be some sort of fairness. Just because they're the biggest don't mean, you know, that all the funding should go there, and we just want our fair share. And so is there some type of formula that they use to do the system? Because if you're saying there's 112,000, you know, we don't want 90,000 going to Pine Ridge.
No, we're gonna split it up evenly, and I just texted her to verify. She said it's based on number of applications received. So once she puts it out there, and if we get, you know, 90 from Pine Ridge and 10 from the other districts, then obviously Pine Ridge is gonna be the one that benefits. So I would encourage you folks to make sure you let your districts know. We'll put it out in the PSA as well, that, hey, everyone from your district, make sure you apply.
Yeah, but still, and I'll be honest, there's favoritism when it comes to doing some assisting. You know, and if there is 90 from Pine Ridge, 70 from Walk-Balmy, 60 from Porcupine, 60 from Manderson, or whatever, I guarantee you some of those ones are going to get short-ended because others are going to get benefits. And that's what I'm saying. I think we need some type of formula where it is equal, where it is fair. Because if it's a first come, first served thing, guess where that program is? Right in Manderson. Who's going to get left out? Walk-Balmy, or Walmley, Ash Creek, Medicine Root, Lake Creek.
Again?
No, I think it's a pretty simple fix. I think we just equal the number of applications from every district to get out.
But, and it don't have to be equal. I mean, Pine Ridge and Walk-Balmy and Medicine Root should get a little more, but not where it's overwhelmingly.
Okay.
No, I agree.
Great, you guys have money.
I agree. I think we'll make sure that it's dispersed fairly, but also taking into consideration some of the larger districts as well. We'll make sure that that works out.
Treasurer, I think you can provide some insight to that on how, maybe what Garfield is saying, how to break that up. Is that something that, I know we can't get involved in that, but maybe she can break that into districts.
You can make a
You guys make the policy.
Yeah, we do.
You guys, I don't make no policy. You guys make the policy. If you
I
want
got a
her to
motion
use
here.
that, just have them use the buffalo method.
Go ahead, Craig.
We're gonna use the wounded buffalo now. That the outlying districts get more than Walk-Balmy and Pine Ridge. I don't care how that happens, John, it's up to you. Remember, tread lightly, my friend, I could punch you. Now, we can use that buffalo formula, but if that money is earmarked for that district, it must be spent in that district. It can't be the lion's share going to these, just like our program, that resource office, that turned into a bunch of BS, and we all have to realize that. And we can't do that no more. So if that money is earmarked for that district, it stays there, that's my motion.
Okay.
Buffalo formula?
Yeah.
Wounded buffalo.
Deuces.
So we have a motion and a second. Okay. Go ahead, Sonia.
That formula that was used, what Craig is saying,
Use
the
your mic.
three largest districts got a little bit more than the other six. So that was how we based the formula, because those are the three largest districts versus the six. But they still, that's kind of how it was done. So if you said there's 103, 103,000, then that's how you'll have to base the figures on.
Because even if you break it down equally, that only leaves each district at 11,000. So you're limited still at how you can help.
But because ours is, districts are larger population-wise.
Go ahead, Treasurer.
You also have to keep in mind that there are income guidelines for that money, so.
Yeah.
But, yeah, if you just take that 103 divided by 21 and then go multiply it by each district, right? For that district.
Yeah, I was curious, I've never heard of that, so
Yeah.
if someone can get that.
You better learn it.
The wounded buffalo, I've never heard that till today.
You better learn it.
But I am requesting to be excused because all you have left is the policy and procedure and,
Well, I think before you go, can we go over the Shakopee grant?
oh yeah.
Are we done with John?
No, because we're gonna do the policy and procedures. Let us run this vote, and then we'll do the Shakopee prior to, so you can go, and then we're gonna do this policy and procedures.
Oh, we have two more that we wanted you to do is that.
Oh, the diabetes program.
And the long-term loan that, we wanted to do that when Bob was here. Well, he don't need to be a part of it. But we need to.
We have 3 items.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, run the vote.
Bull Little White Man,
Yes.
Garfield Steele.
Yep.
Craig Dillon,
Yes.
George Dreamer Jr.,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Dave Poyer,
Yes.
Don Ray Goldsberry, Sonia Little Hawk Westland. 8 yes, 2 not voting.
8 yes, 2 not voting, motion passed. So Cora, you have the packet, you have that packet in front of you with the Shakopee letter. They recognize that due to this hardship regarding the SNAP and the government shutdown, that they are going to assist with an emergency food assistance grant of $150,000. And I requested for the committee to add that to the agenda. If you should have had time to read, or the committee should have had time to read through it and bring that to discussion on how that will be, how that would look, and where would we place that, how it would be managed, and what your thoughts are on that.
We have 5,347 recipients of SNAP on our reservation.
So 5, I thought it was 3.
5,000. There's 3,000 families,
Oh, okay.
but it's 5,347 people that SNAP is going to affect. Bowie's is helping by doing $100 gift cards. After, I think next week, right? On the 13th. If you have an EBT card and you bring it in, they'll give you a gift card.
So 125. That's a serious.
Up to, I thought it was just 100.
125,000.
Oh, is it?
Well, I met with the president's office, so
Can you use your mic, Craig?
on the buoys issue, on the buoys cards, so he reached out to the president's office and wanted some input on how that's gonna be distributed, because I believe that we just needed clarification, because I believe that that amount that they had was to help all the area, not just Oglala, right? Like it was to help all the reservations. So I think, I didn't hear whether they found out how much money was gonna be available for Oglala, not just for all the, all the reservations.
Remember that I heard 10 cards per district?
So I just don't know what the total is. I had heard, we met yesterday with the president's office, and they were just trying to figure that out. So I don't know if they reached out to you or not.
I reached out to Bowie and he said that, I reached out to Bowie and he said that if the food stamps were still not coming through, that they usually do Thanksgiving turkeys or whatever, but instead they'll do the gift cards on the 10th. or near there. And then, he said they had to work out the logistics, so I'm not sure, he hasn't responded yet.
Because I think the total amount of money he had was 250,000, which is 2,500 gift cards at 100, so that's certainly not good
That's
for all
where his
families.
movie stores. That's where his movie stores. And he has 5 of them.
The chief is that, go ahead.
Just FYI, I sit on the board for Salvation Army, I'm the native rep, and we're doing about 100 meals and toys across the reservation. So the applications went out today to every school on the reservation for, I think it was 10 families. So they'll get a full Christmas dinner, a turkey, and Christmas gifts. So the schools will get the applications to the Salvation Army, and then we'll have 3 meeting locations for families to pick up their stuff on December 19th.
So if you take that 150 and divide it by, if you take that 150 and divide it by the amount of participants in SNAP, that's like $28 each. So there needs to be some type of guideline where it's going to be like per household or something. Because, well, even that, how much is that? 150 divided by, I think it was 3,400, give or take. That's like $44 a household. So there needs to be some type of priority. I'm not sure if you want to prioritize children or elders.
That's gonna be a fight.
It is. No matter what you do, it's going to be a fight. Without getting our land lease income, there's no way we can match any of that either. So there needs to be a real plan, and I don't know who's going to administer it, but you give us direction and we'll get it done.
Make a motion that the sheriff and finance committee held the class.
Second.
And it is a tough decision because you gotta put elders over kids or kids over elders, but you know, realistically, if you think about it, our children are eating once a day at school, and we don't know, you know, if our elders are eating. So would we rather it go to the elders? Because we don't know if they're eating. And we all know how grandmas are, no matter what, grandmas are gonna take care of tacos.
Yeah, yeah.
So, I think it would be probably better to do the elders, and then they don't know what to do with it, they're wise enough. That's just my suggestion, but you know, it's a tough one, but kids are gonna eat at school every day. And we don't know about the older ones.
Go ahead, baby.
Court, did you say Winnie's gonna have some type of idea? I mean, we might be kind of jumping.
Let me text her.
See, I mean, I could make a decision and that even falls through, you know? I mean, I just don't want to have somebody left out, then we end up doing something for one, they have to do it for all. It's like I said, I heard that 250,000 was for all of his all the stories that he has. So,
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Well, I think the question I have to ask too is, what's an elder? Because I hear 55, I hear 60, and I hear 65.
Right.
I believe the ordinance says, is it 55? Yeah. The ordinance says 55.
The casino says 50.
So I was excited because originally it was 52. And so I thought I was the elder now. Yeah, it was changed.
So also, if you read the letter, once you've exhausted this grant, please let us know and we can provide an additional grant of up to $250,000 for the same purpose. So we need to do this correctly.
So it might be 300,000.
Right.
So that was from who?
Shakopee.
Okay, from Bowie, he says, regarding the 100,000, we are just working out the kinks on how that's going to work, but we'll be in touch when we have dialed that in. Also, I committed to selling some products at cost to the tribes for grocery staples during the emergency. So he wants us to buy the food. Potatoes, ground beef, bread, eggs, vegetables, etc., whatever the OST needs. If that's something OST wants to do, let me know.
It's always a cost, yeah.
Well, question,
Go ahead, Garfield.
would that be a good idea to use the 150,000 at cost for food?
And then make food boxes?
Yeah.
I think that would be a good idea.
Because I mean, if it's gonna save a little bit to buy it at cost, and then make the food boxes.
We'll be selling them.
Hope not.
I'll buy one. Oh, Shane,
Something to consider.
Stand over at Blue's and buy it for $15
Make sure you're not,
a box.
you're gonna expire meat again. Go ahead, Bo.
We gotta be careful on that, because last time we gave food boxes, I found a whole bunch out to the dump,
Yeah.
just rotting. So we gotta be careful on that.
Last week they're selling them at front of Blue's for $15 a box too.
And we have to keep in mind, our dialysis patients and their dietary needs. If we're talking about elderly.
So what do we need? Sure, what do we need to do with the Shakopee?
So
Accept the money, apply for it?
Right. So to receive this,
We already have it spent, so.
to receive this grant, to receive this grant, we ask that the tribal leader, administrator, or food distribution manager respond in writing with the following information as soon as possible. The tribe's name, mailing address for the grant, payment by check, designated point of contact.
Maybe, I don't know, there was some.
So your motion would be for the to respond to this letter. And who the point of contact would be. Did you have a copy of that letter? Yep, but I gave that up to him. It was in this.
But no, we didn't get that one.
Oh, we didn't give you? It's right here.
We didn't get that one.
Sonia didn't get it. Somebody give Sonia a copy.
I guess it's trying to make some good, sound decisions.
What Tommy did
Yeah.
is.
Almost said it.
So if I go over there and put in 100 in your account, can you send it?
Oh, okay, so you're giving it to the president?
Would you send it? Would you send it money?
I sent it to Donovan,
Okay.
and then I talked to him yesterday, he got
Oh,
it.
yeah, I know. Maybe a different one to send it. Because they're set up over at
You know, Daisy, you know what she did?
Did you guys get the letter?
Okay. That's what means that you know it's not any religious.
We have to directly also, yeah.
You get quarter?
Actually, directly, we have to purchase the food.
Do they what?
And that last one, better. Please be aware that the tribe has no right to purchase this.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't. They're selling baked goods across the road, he said.
What is that?
Baked goods.
Oh,
So if you read in the second paragraph, that last sentence.
Okay.
So if he's gonna give the food to, or sell the food to us at cost, that might be, but lessons learned from COVID, remember the dietary guidelines for our elderly.
Okay.
This isn't federal dollars. You know, follow the guidelines.
Yeah.
Notice during COVID too, we got so bad hamburgers.
Oh, that's another one. Keep in mind, we need to check those dates on that meat.
Oh, yeah. Another thing, make sure they don't charge us 1 point something million.
Yeah.
Wait, no, say that again.
Well, it didn't say where we had to purchase the food, so why can't we just go to Walmart or somewhere and get it? See, it doesn't say you have to purchase it there.
EBT?
So,
So how many are?
like if you get a cost now, on their face, cost price would be what it would be compared to Walmart price.
Right.
Yeah.
We're in the rural areas.
Plus, maybe they can get a better, maybe a Sam's Club.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because they buy it in
Yeah,
bulk.
yeah.
A lot of them price match.
Yeah. So, and maybe Sam's Club has some discount because of this. Yeah, so maybe that's another thing to look at.
Who's the point of contact? The treasurer? Do I go motion to, okay, so are there any other questions? Have the, it would be who, the tribe, who do you want? We need a motion made to get this moving, rolling here, so you really have to start figuring out how much we're going to get.
The treasurer charges the contact person and everything, if you don't want that custodian of all money.
Yeah, okay, I'll second that. That way she can coordinate it and get it done.
Okay. Oh, so the food
About the
pantries are
president.
coming out of the 250.
Yeah.
But this, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, so we have a motion and a second? Okay.
The treasurer?
The motion is for the treasurer to respond to this letter immediately. And the treasurer as the point of contact. All right. Question. I don't want to step on the president's toes. He's already trashing me at directors meetings, I don't need that. You guys, he's the president of the tribe, let him deal with it.
Well,
No next about it, that's for real.
okay, well,
He is the
I'll
president,
hold
so
a
he should
second.
be dealing with it.
Then we'll send it to the president, we'll make him in contact then. Make him the contact person to answer this letter and to coordinate it so that we can just at least get the food going in for the people. That'd be my motion.
So are you drawing your motion back, Craig?
She don't want it, that's.
Yeah.
So
Motion by Sonia.
and second by Jackie for the president to respond to this letter immediately and make the president as a point of contact?
Yes. That way he can coordinate it, get this food or get it, or whatever needs to get done for the people. Food.
Well, I think that some points is they get their input and their finances, that's okay, that's it.
Bolden, Whiteman.
Yes.
Garfield, Steele. Craig Dillon.
I guess.
George Skinner Jr.
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales.
Yes.
Jackie Sears. Dave Couillard. Don Ray Goldsberry.
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 7 yes, 1 abstain, 2 not voting.
7 yes, 1 abstaining, 2 not voting. I believe the president needs to provide us an update though, as this process moves along, so that we're aware that our people are being helped. So if we can get that as well, in that motion that the president provides us an update with this process. Go ahead, Trevor.
I just got off the phone with Louis, and he said they have 250,000 to divide between 8 stores.
250,000?
Yeah, or not, yeah, to divide. But right now they're helping the food pantries, and the only food pantry on our reservation that is applying is Conscious Alliance. Yeah. They're the only ones who are applying. So he said after they're done dealing with the food pantries, then they'll deal with the tribe. But he wants to work with the president on it. I think that's fine if you have them coordinate all of that assistance.
Okay.
And then however we're gonna do it, if they tell us to buy gift cards, or if they tell us to write checks or buy food or whatever. But, he also sent a food packet that he's proposing that the tribe buy, that has a whole bunch of stuff, and the cost is $3 million.
How many boxes? How many meals?
I say so.
Go ahead, all right.
Cora, is he working with us, or could we reach out to somebody else?
I think we need to reach out to someone else.
Let's do something different, because I just,
But I just got done saying that 100 and some thousand that Shakapi's given us, we don't have to say we're using Bowie, we can go
Right,
outside
to
and get
Sam's
food,
Club or.
like Sam's Club, and buy the food in bulk. That way they can separate, we might buy lower cost than Bowie's. So that one there, we can do that.
And Bowie's, the invoice that he sent, the proposed, it's $2.3 million worth of food, $660,000 for food liners, and a warehouse house cost of $22,500.
Warehouse cost,
Yeah,
so he's gonna charge us to keep them in.
yeah.
so you know what it is?
So we need to not go there.
Yeah. And you know, this is a side that we can't count on Bowie, you know, because the tribe does a lot of business with them anyways. I don't know the exact number. He's here through COVID too. Yeah, it's got to give us a break sometime down the road. But I don't know, Cora, we need to figure out, like you said, reach out to somebody else.
Right.
Wish we could work with some of our reservation, but the dollar amount's too high. Okay.
Yeah, Sam's Club.
Right, because, he said,
Or we can recommend
he
it.
said the EBT income from, OST is 1.3 a month.
See?
But Standing Rock and Eagle Butte are higher. So that's why I was asking him, well, what do you mean? What does that mean? What, are we getting anything? And he said, well, it depends on what the incomes are for the other places.
We shouldn't be having them all, huh?
I know.
Yeah, I do. And then, like I said, wait too.
So, you know, I think this is why, I think Georgette makes a valid point, because I share her frustrations here, and Georgette made a good point. Go ahead, Georgette.
Well, what you need to do for the Shakopee grant at this point is appoint a point of contact. I think you can talk a million different ways about how to best allocate this money, maybe appoint somebody, have them come up with a plan for distribution, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're saying, though, it's gotta say that about Bowie.
Right.
Scan every time, huh?
And that's why the president should come back and let us know what's going on with it and provide us an update. Because we need communication, there has to be communication from that office to us, so we know what's going on.
Yeah, give you a good break.
Why don't you set up a task force?
They ran the vote already.
Yeah, so we'll just, we need to set up a task force, people who we want to working with.
That's a good idea.
Oh, I think that's good, the Crazy Horse Planning Commission.
Yeah, and they can do.
Give them some responsibility.
Right.
Work with your districts, get your food for them.
Right. So, do you want to keep moving with that motion, or?
Yeah, no, we already ran it.
Right.
We already ran it, so just, maybe we'll let them know that too.
Yeah.
We'll probably work with the 9
Recommendations.
Yeah, the planning commission, Crazy Horse. All the 9 district, chair people.
So just let them know that to work with the Crazy Horse Planning Commission with that fund, with that grant funding.
Sure.
The Shakopee.
Yeah, we need to get the letter to him because, you know, it says that the tribe has to purchase the food.
Right,
So that way he's aware.
so, okay, so the motion is for recommend the president to work with the Crazy Horse Planning Commission with
For
the
the Shakopee.
Shakopee grant.
Is it a grant? Is that the right?
Yeah, it's a grant.
Okay, motion, then I'll make a motion to recommend to him, yeah.
Second by.
Second,
I'll second. There's nobody seconding that.
Bull Little White Man,
Yes.
Garfield Steele, Craig Dillon,
I guess.
George Schumer Jr.,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales,
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Steve Queer, Don Ray Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston, 7 yes, 3 not voting.
7 yes, 3 not voting, motion passed. So Jeremy had this. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Oh, I just got sent the link here on CNN Politics. It says federal judge orders Trump administration in full November SNAP payments.
So
It's
They didn't,
federal judge in Rhode Island Thursday. It was supposed 15 minutes ago.
to release full SNAP benefits?
That's what it says full. I'm still reading into it, but yeah, that's the story that was just sent to me.
but
Go ahead,
I
Sonia.
was listening to the news last night, and Governor Golden said he's not going to dip into the supplemental funds to pay out any SNAP benefits. So I don't know if it pertains to the states. So I don't know, even if they do say this, that I don't know if the states will do it. I don't know if it's up to the states, but he did say that last night, that he wasn't going to dip into any of the supplemental funding to pay out SNAP. He says it's gonna cost too much money. It's like he was really looking out for the taxpayers, so he wasn't going to dip into it. So I don't know if the holdup will be there at the state, because the money comes down to the state. So hopefully, maybe with what is being said right now, maybe if that money does come down, then maybe he will pay it out. I don't know, but according to what he said last night, he wasn't going to.
Go ahead, Treasurer.
Or the money gets sent from the federal government to the states and the states distribute.
Yeah.
So if he's ordered to pay and he follows the order, there's no guarantee that he will, because he doesn't always follow court orders.
They're all Republicans.
But I think we still need to be proactive just in case.
Be ready.
So if we do start a task with the Crazy Horse Planning Commission, with their plan, I think it would be a good idea and behoove all of us that if we have contacts, we should probably request any type of funding that they're helping with.
You know, I was gonna ask you, Madam Chair, a week ago or so, the member program was putting out there saying that they will help with utilities. So people have been calling that phone number, calling, it's just been busy, busy, busy. So I don't know who to contact on the Remember program, but that's another resource right there. They work on our reservation, they're a nonprofit, and they do help with certain things. If it's utilities, they build things, they help people. But they put that out there, so now people were calling, and they just couldn't get through to that. So maybe that's something, I don't know how we can contact them, but the Remember program is another one. But they did put themselves out there. Now, I don't know if they're out of funds, but they were saying they will help people with utilities.
Right, that's what Steph briefed this morning. Remember, she said that they only took 10 applications per district, I believe, so far. That they've been referring folks to them, but they were not assisting like they said they were going to. and that we needed to look into our nonprofits. Or she encouraged us to. But I think in respect to the time, and the treasurer needed to leave, we're gonna keep moving on. We, we took care of the Shakopee grant item. We're gonna move on to the diabetes program. So Cora, the diabetes program was added, and the discussion was requested to look at the right to work fee and using funding from there. Go ahead, Jackie.
We already dealt with that. Yeah, remember?
Oh, go ahead, Treasurer.
We already dealt with that last week. They should be starting work today. The only thing is, in that contract, there was no travel. And he's trying to send Xaviera to USD or somewhere to work with that data analyst. But that wasn't supposed to be a part of the contract. The contract was for them to do the closeout and the grant application.
The only thing that I put on diabetes this morning, and when we talked to Cora about this last week, is how, remember what came up was how are we gonna pay them? So we told her that why don't we pay them out of that employee fund that we just got done paying the Caribbean Casino, because they paid that in too. So they rightfully paid it in, so why couldn't we pay them out of there? So Cora said, well, she thought about that too, but we would have to bring it back to Finance Committee again. So that's why I put it on the agenda.
And that, I remember why now, because that was, it was specifically stated general fund.
Yeah, general fund, but we said we can pay out of that employee fund too, because it's only like 20-something thousand, 23,000, something like that, for both of them. So that was gonna be my motion to pay the two people that are under the diabetes program that we put back, we motioned to put back to work, to take it out of the employee fund, what is it called now? Employee fee?
Employee fee.
Yeah, employee fee, instead of general fund. That was my motion.
Okay. So to pay him out of the employee fee fund?
Yes.
And hoping that it is reimbursed by the funding agency.
And to be reimbursed by the funding agency.
Did you get an email back yet?
So everyone knows, I emailed Sean Smith and Nancy Engman and asked them, these guys are being brought back, get reimbursed the salaries, if they would reimburse the tribe for the amount of bills that we've paid since then. They both read my email, but neither of them answered us.
Maybe the shutdown, probably the shutdown. But according to what Charlie was telling us is that the other tribes did the same thing for their diabetes program and they got reimbursed back. So I think we just hope that that this will happen with the funding agency. It could be the shutdown too. But that would be part of my motion that we get reimbursed back.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Go ahead, Bo.
I mean, he said other tribes have gotten paid back. Can we get a confirmation on that?
We can ask Charlie to bring it, but it was with Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe and Standing Rock. So he works with those other diabetes programs and they're in the same boat as him. But he said their tribe picked them up and they got reimbursed back from that funding agency.
Well, can we
But
motion
yeah,
a table until that paperwork
No,
is
he's
in?
already done the work.
Verification.
Just, we'll give it to you. We can give it to Cora. Or he could bring it to Cora.
So, motion to, read the motion and run the vote. And the verification will be sent to the treasurer?
Yeah, we'll have him send it to the treasurer.
Okay.
To pay the two employees from the diabetes prevention program out of the employee fee fund instead of the general fund,
Yes.
with the hope that it is reimbursable, and Charlie will send verification to the tribal treasurer of said reimbursement to other tribes.
From other tribes.
His contract also includes that he's supposed to see if it can be reimbursed.
Yeah. It's not gonna be on contract.
It is, it's an employee contract for so many hours.
Okay. Bull Little White Man,
No.
Garfield Steele, Craig Dillon, George Jimmer Jr.,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales, Jackie Sears, Dave Coulier, Domroy Gosper,
Yes.
Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 4 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain, 4 not voting.
4 yes, 1 no,
1 abstain.
1 abstain, 1 not voting, motion
4 not
passed.
voting.
4 not voting, motion passed. Okay, moving on. Long-term loan for furloughed federal employees. Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, just, was contacted by, one of our district members that works at the BIA. I'm not gonna mention names, but, they were just kind of in a hardship themselves because they're on federal furlough. And, they got bills to pay, and they're asking the tribe for, wanting to see if there's a way that they can get like a long-term loan through the tribe. And I said I would bring it up at finance and see if we can help them in any way. I don't know, I just wanted to bring it forward for them. So if anybody has any questions or if it can be done.
Do we have the director for the long-term, or chief of staff's here? Good. And I guess I'm curious how that would look like, and how would they pay that back? And can we do that legally? Because they're not an employee of the tribe, there's no, I don't know, go ahead.
I think review your ordinance, according to Lance's program, which is a loan program, isn't bound by, I think, the same rules. I think maybe referring them to Courtney's program for a loan. They do typically get their back pay. Every time that we've been involved in a shutdown, we've all gotten our back pay. It's just that struggle between being, furloughed. But ultimately, it's up to you folks. I mean, whatever the ordinance says. But I would recommend Courtney's program because I don't think she has the same restrictions that we do.
Go ahead, Aaron.
This could be an opportunity for trying to make a little extra money, some fees. So I think if we have the money available, and if we could do it, I guess I don't know if like John said, have to review ordinances. I think it's an opportunity, to try to make a little extra money, so I think it'd be a good idea. Charge them a little extra percent or something, so higher than what usually is. Corey, what's that percentage rate over at Courtney's?
At
interest
Courtney's, it's just a flat payback fee. If you borrow 1,000, you pay back 100. On the loan program though, it's defined as an employee revolving loan fund. So it's allowed to loan to the tribal employees and charters of the tribe. And I'm not sure exactly what Courtney's guidelines are, but one of the reasons that it does tribal employees and charters of the tribe is because there's guaranteed payback. But whenever you make a loan, it comes directly out of your payroll. But the way that the feds have their payroll system set up, their allotments are done by the employee, so the employee decides if they want to not pay or not. Yeah, so that's a risk.
Got it right there. But they do work right next door though, if they do, I mean.
But they won't even pay the 2%, so.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you, Trey.
Okay.
Ordinance about the heat charge credit, how did you argue it? What the ordinance?
Well, go ahead, Georgia.
So I think for your, like what Cora was saying, your long-term loan revolving, the way it's defined and the way it's funded is all organized towards employees and chartered organizations. I would have to look at Corey's program, I don't know off the top of my head on those, I just know the other ones because I've been working on that. But I think the bigger issue you have to think about is if you're gonna have it pay out of that, you'll have to rewrite everything, and you'll have to think about collection, because I think it's gonna be hard to collect.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Yeah, I think, the first thing is with the financial services, I think that they might have a special, their policies too, and you can't just say, make a decision over that. But also, that long-term loan, that's a tribal thing, not federal, whatever. And these are our people that work there that are struggling because of the shutdown. So I think if we have to, we could make an amendment to that ordinance and bring it to the next council, a special or something to add on everything else that's getting added on. So maybe we could do that and work out some kind of agreement that they sign, because I know BIA is really strict on, their employees, probably getting back credit or anything, but I think there's some way that they could work something out with them. So if we can do that, because those are our people too.
I believe the treasurer is on the phone now.
Do you have a process to get it?
He was moment, and John did have to stay, the chief of staff did have to step away. He's on the phone with IHS over in the Women's Health, so he needed to step out for a second. We're looking at that, we're not added to that.
You know what? I just have a question
Okay, all right.
The native women's health. Go ahead, Jeremy.
now. I'm being asked if VA can get loans and can all non-travel programs be eligible.
Oh,
I have a,
go ahead, treasurer.
Courtney, I just asked Courtney if she does loans for like BIA employees, and she said that she doesn't do loans for any chartered entities or any government jobs. She used to do them for BIE and BIA and IHS, but because of their allotment system, they stopped paying and refused to pay, and she doesn't have money for an attorney to take them to court for collection.
That's what I'd be worried about.
So she said she will not.
Well, I think Jeremy should add some comment to this as well, because that question along brought in some messages. What were you just asked?
I just got asked if the VA can get loans and can all non-tribal programs be eligible.
Because, not only BIA is struggling through this process, a lot of other non-tribal programs are struggling, so that would mean we'd have to open it up for everybody else. And how big is that loan account? That wipe it out, and then how does that get paid back? Go ahead, Treasurer.
I think if you're going to do that, then you need to look at, I thought it was on. I think if you're going to do that, you need to have the attorney find the legal processes, because we might have to become a lending institution if we open it up to everybody beyond employees. And that's gonna be a legal process. Well, if you're done, can I leave?
Yeah, so what do you want to do with that, Jackie? Do you want to table that for further review? Do you want to?
I'd like to make a motion to have legal look at it.
Okay.
And maybe there's a way we can contact BIA, maybe our local superintendent, to see if that's possible.
All
I
right.
don't know if it is, but we'll see.
And then include other non-tribal entities as well, because if we're gonna be fair, then we talked about fairness, we gotta be fair to everyone.
Yeah, put it in there.
A second.
We was just talking about saving money.
Right, right.
The money's there, there's no money. I seen it.
She's probably unavailable, but yeah, super regarding that.
Well, I can research how you get, I mean, because if you,
You
I mean,
can-
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily have to reach out to Gina. I can research how you get garnishments, because I think that's the big issue with this.
Yeah.
Is under your current loan program, you have an easy captive way to get your payments. When you start going outside of your entity, you're gonna have to think about collection and how you're gonna collect the payment if they don't pay.
Can you look at payroll deduction?
Yeah. Well, it wouldn't be payroll deduction through BIA, we would have to, I mean, it's like any other outside loan outside of BIA, it would be when they didn't pay you and you garnishing it.
Go ahead. Read the motion and read the vote.
To have legal look at it, look at the long-term loans for furlough federal employees, and BIA and other non-tribal entities for the long-term loans, and to contact the BIA superintendent. Also, I'm getting tired. Dave Kelly?
Abstain.
Are you fertile?
Bull Little White Man?
Yes.
Garfield Still? Craig Dillon? George Jimmer Jr.?
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales?
No.
Jackie Sears?
Oh,
Dave Puyer?
No.
Don Roy Gosper? Sonia Little Hot Question. 4 yes, 2 no, 1 abstain, and 4 not voting.
What's that?
Read the motion.
Are you fertile?
It's for me to investigate long-term loans for outside.
To have legal research, we can do long-term loans for BIA and include other non-tribal entities.
No, I hate those other people. Something.
4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstain, 3 not voting.
4 yes, 3 no, 1 abstain, 3 not voting, motion passed by 1.
Didn't you tell me that?
So, if you can look into that, I mean, it won't be next week. If you look into that, we'll bring that back. And I believe that would include credit scores as well at that point. Okay, moving on to, okay, so I believe John is still on the phone, so we will get back to the personal policies and procedures. We have those 2 items that need to be passed, to be amended, and then we can finally pass this personnel policies and procedures. Mind you, this is a long time coming, so it would be, really, really something for us to have this finally move forward on these 2 amendments. Georgette is going to put it on the big screen so you can review those 2 items.
That's my notes, I shared the wrong thing.
Executive session.
That's your notes too.
That's your notes as well. There it is. Okay, so the floor is yours, Georgette.
Okay. I'm just gonna cover the, sorry, keep reading about that. Even though I have you guys when I'm remote. I'm just gonna go through the changes that were made since the last session, because we're pretty close. There was, let's see, I I have notes on the ones. You had wanted some teeth added to the whistleblower, and then we added in language to address the direct hire. So those are just the remaining sections that we just needed to go over. So I wasn't gonna re-go over every other section, but just go over those. Let me find, because I felt like I had notes on the side, so I don't know what those.
Chair, it's a quick question.
Go ahead, George.
So were the directors given these changes also? Did they give a look over them or not?
Not yet.
Okay.
The motion was for the chief of staff to go to review this with Georgette, to go over the personnel policies and procedures manual. I did message John and I asked if he met with Georgette and make sure to include her, because that was part of the motion, to make sure that he goes through it with her. I'm not sure why it was.
Okay, I just had to ask that, thanks.
And I have Sonia and Davey.
You know, I know this is one of the amendments, but yesterday in Law and Order Committee, we had some long discussion on the Inspector General position. And that Inspector General is supposed to do a lot of what this whistleblower part is. And today our employees, there is a law, a part put in there about whistleblowing. And there's a 1-800 number where they can call to let whoever know on the other end what's they see or they hear what's happening. Maybe it might be in the program or something is being done. So that's there for them. But yesterday we had a position that's going to be forthcoming. It was passed yesterday. It's going to go to council for the Inspector General. And the part that I'm going to kind of touch on is, it tells where this whistleblower part is, and the employee could contact that whistleblower. So how could we maybe put something in there? Because right now we have this Inspector General that's coming forward. So we might have to come back and amend it to put them as part of that, because they could be going to that Inspector General position rather than that 1-800 number. Because I don't know if a lot of them knew about that 1-800 number, that, and I don't know if that was put back in there, where you can call and report.
So I had just made clearer steps and timeframes for, and we'll get there. So I don't know if you want to do direct hire first and then go down to whistleblower, but I can take out the suggested changes I had, because I was working on the whistleblower while you guys were working in a different committee on Inspector General, so.
Okay. It don't matter, we're about to.
So when we get to that, then we can address it. So
here's the direct hire, and so what this was meant to do was to shorten up the hiring time frame for certain positions, just to get them filled more quickly. What the direct hire does is it takes them out of the interview selection committee process, and they can be hired directly by the program directors or chief of staff from the pool of qualified applicants, and that they're all still subject to the background check, and that it has to be for entry level and non-supervisory positions in the following categories. So it's truck drivers, blade operators, staff assistant, maintenance workers, and custodians, so that you could fill those positions quicker. This is something that was requested by the chief of staff, to have this to shorten up at least the hiring process.
Tell Howard to write down.
this was an amendment that was made early on. Go ahead, Davey.
This is what I don't like about it, because I know how this is gonna work. Friends are gonna appoint friends, direct hires. I'm just putting it out there right now.
That's what happens.
It happened before, it's gonna happen again by doing this.
The reason for this amendment, if you all remember, was because we couldn't get any hires I don't know if anyone wants to add to the conversation. We could get, the reason was the lack of, or the HR process to hire. If that was the reason why the direct hire was on there, so we can get someone in there.
You can appoint them temporary if it's vacant.
That's what it means, that.
No, that's direct, they're hiring permanent.
No, that's the hiring process. It takes them out of the interview selection process to shorten the time period. This is something that the chief of staff requested, so I put it in. I will let you know that HR feels differently about it. They're very concerned and have that same concern you're stating, that they believe there'll be favoritism.
John told us before, that's the way he wanted, what he wanted to do, the chief of staff.
What section is that? What part is that, David? You're showing?
It's 10-1.
Davey, are you done?
Yes, I'm done.
Go ahead, Dave. Use your mic. Can someone get him a mic?
This one?
You know, years ago, we used to have that direct hire. For the construction portion, it actually worked pretty good. But as for the rest of it, I don't think, since that time, I think we might be violating some of the equal opportunity rights. So I think you might have to take a step back and see if we're going to violate anybody's rights when it comes to equal employment, because there are qualified people that actually apply for some of these positions. The problem is, by the time they get through that 30-day background and every other thing that comes about from the Human Resources Department, hell, they went ahead and found a different job. That's the issue.
So if I may, so the direct hire, they don't get to pick somebody off the street. The direct hire comes from the pool of applicants. So they have to apply, they have to be screened to meet the criteria. It just exempts them from the interview committee. So they pick straight from the pool of applicants. But we can't, the bigger thing that's difficult to get rid of, and I understand that that's where a lot of the time delay comes from, is the background check. We can't get rid of the background check in quite a bit of the positions.
See, a lot of them don't apply until it's advertised, so there's really not a pool until the position becomes available.
So it will be advertised, it'll be screened by HR. All this direct hire, the way the direct hire is written, is once you have your application pool and it's been screened by HR, then normally you have to put together that selection interview committee. That's what this skips. It doesn't require the director to do an interview committee. They can take the qualified applications and pick from those applications. And that's why they were wanting to pick more entry level and non-supervisory, saying, we can tell if somebody's qualified from the application. We don't know that. We think that that interview benefits us in deciding who to select. So that's all that's being skipped, is the interview.
So basically, when the applicants get their letter that they have an interview, that interview process is skipped over. All those people who received that letter is who they select from, is what they added in there. Go ahead, Davey, are you done?
Yes.
Go ahead, Sonia.
You know, I'm just trying to understand this, but the way I understand it, you know, is that before the director or the supervisor was able to appoint a temporary hire until the job was advertised and filled. So that's how that was done. So the direct hire, I don't know, I really agree with that too much, because it sounds like they're gonna skip over that interview process and then they're just gonna become permanent. And so, and I really hate to get into that because it has happened before. And I think that we've seen people get in, but friends or relative, and doesn't give everyone else a fair chance of applying for those positions. So there's no fairness there. And then we have equal employment opportunity, we say. for our people, but yet, what they say to us is that you can't ever get a job because we can apply, but we're never gonna have a chance to get hired. I think the saying always was said is that it's not what you know, but who you know that get you these positions. And I hate to say it that way, but our people are listening on Kiwi Radio today, and there are a lot of them that do say that to us, legislators in our districts. So, you know, I think we need to be careful about that because I don't want to run into that again. I could understand appointing somebody temporary as a director or supervisor and then let them be in there temporarily, but I always said to them when I was a director is that you'll have to apply for the position when it becomes advertised. But it's never a guarantee that you're gonna get it, but at least you can apply for it. And that's how you almost have to tell them because they have to, it has to be fair across the board. And so, but we took away that temporary status. We won't let them do no more temporary appointments because that got out of hand. Pretty soon we had quite a number of temporaries that were still in positions that were probably over their 90-day probationary period. So now, you want to go to this, direct hire? I just couldn't see that.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I just don't, I don't think we should. I'm just gonna motion to take that out.
Okay, so this is, I mean, this is your guys' amendments. You don't need a motion on there. You can just strike through it. Just keep in mind, these amendments were made through one of our working sessions that you all accepted. So if you don't like how it reads now, we can strike through it. Go ahead, Dominic.
Thank you, Chair. Get on the soapbox again. But, no, this position would be, it can be a vital position to us and tribe. But then again, like Davey stated, I mean, like, we end up hiring a relative or a cousin or a brother. I mean, how do we get away from that? This position needs to be someone neutral, totally neutral, all situations that come forward or that's going to be investigated. I said this before, but I said I think there needs to be somebody not from around here. Just like remember we reached out to the casino Ed out there, he's not from around here, that's someone that we needed like that. I don't know if we're discriminating by that, doing that or what, but I think it just needs to be someone from not around here that don't know anybody. Because there's a lot of stuff that's gonna end up on his lap or his table. So, is that discrimination, Georgia?
Hold on, Dominic, we're talking about chapter 10, under chapter 10C, direct hires. We're not at the...
At that point, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But this one's direct hire. This was an amendment requested by the chief of staff. I did message him.
Well, I know it could be that though, the chair though, that direct hire, that could kind of be a relative, you know, or something like that. So, thank you. Someone's relative, isn't it?
Right. So I think this is always gonna be a struggle, right? Like you have a small community, you have people who are connected. I think, like when you talk about the things where you're always gonna get complaints, hiring is gonna be one of those areas. The reason you had a committee, a selection committee, was the thought that if you had multiple people looking at somebody, that offset one person picking their family member, that was probably within your current structure, the best way to try to get some sense of fairness is if multiple people had to weigh on that person, that it was gonna be the qualifications versus who they're connected to. So that is what the selection committee was meant to do, was to offset that somebody picking family, so that the person was picked on qualifications. So it does delay the time for somebody to be hired. There is no perfect hiring system. You have to pick what is more important to you, speed or fairness.
And I just want to add the direct hire. process may only be used for entry-level, non-supervisory positions within the following categories: truck drivers, blade operators, staff assistants, maintenance workers, and custodians. Michelle is online. Michelle, we are at section 10, 5C.
It should be 10-1, right?
Oh, I didn't, but we're in section 10C.
What page is it?
It's page 31. And if you see there, there's questions regarding one of the amendments requested by the chief of staff on the direct hire process. And the committee is not sitting comfortable with how that reads because they don't want it to be a nepotism type hire or who they know type hire. And just trying to reiterate back to the conversation that we had initially regarding this, regarding why this was initially brought to the committee was because a lot of times these positions could not be filled. If you want to provide some input on this.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so when this first came up, the direct hires was because these were positions that, I guess you would say, it's not a problem interviewing and hiring people. The direct hires was so that it was more expedient, and no disrespect to the chief of staff. But my thought on it was coming back to, again, reality is you're going to have an individual, a supervisor, director, whomever it may be, is going to say, I want this one certain person, so I'm going to direct hire them under this. So I was in disagreement with it when it first came forward. His input was that if they were able to hire these drivers and blade operators and as you know, like you said, expediently, then they would have that opportunity to do so. That was his stance. Georgette can pipe in here, but I was against it when it first came up. And my reasons were, again, employment opportunity for everybody to apply. Have to give them the opportunity to be able to interview and get hired, and it's open, so it's not so selective, and it's not just for certain individuals. It's not in place of nepotism, because that seems to come up quite a bit all the time. But that's where the stance is with me, and then also with the chief of staff. So, myself, I disagree with it. It's something the chief of staff wanted in there, and his stance was so that they could hire drivers more quickly and having them put in there before advertising and interviewing, etc. I hope that helped.
But Michelle, I thought there was still advertising, just the non-interviews.
No, this is a direct hire. This has nothing to do with advertising. It's a direct hire.
Oh, shoot. Well, I think about it. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Good afternoon, Michelle.
Hello.
One of the questions I'm being asked right now, actually, is why the background checks take so long. Could you clarify some of that for people that are listening?
I sure can. So it depends on which program that they're being selected for. As you know, we met with the Bureau of Indian Affairs when it concerns corrections. Any employee within the Department of Corrections has to be held at a law enforcement standard. So that's taken anywhere from 2 to 3 months to get those done. IHS Security, because they work in IHS's facility, there's extra steps that we have to take for those individuals, for those security people up there, and we have to do a formal letter stating that the individual was scrutinized or investigated at a level that fits under the an in-house service requirements before they're allowed to even work up there. Other than that, if it has to do with childcare, CPS, those ones, there's extensive background checks that are done on those individuals because they're dealing with children. EYS is the same way. So I hope that answers that, but most of the other ones, we haven't, well, I've stepped in there and had started pushing through that because One of the big things that's really hindering my department, and it's coming through, is just the scheduling and the lesser hours. 32 hours is not enough time for my staff to keep up with all of the influx that's coming in. Not being able to work longer hours, I'm sticking to it because that's what was passed, was to keep the salaries down. So, and I do not have enough staff I would like to have 2 more staff, but I'm not able to get 2 more staff hired to help with this. And I hope that answers that question.
And again, I think that comes back to audits and the hours.
Yes. So we're doing the best we can with the hours that we have and the staff that I have, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, committee, what do you want to do? Do you want to remove section C?
Yeah.
So strike through section C, direct hires? It would have to be a consensus. What are your thoughts? Anyone? Go ahead, Jeremy.
I think a lot of this onus should go back to the directors. If we had good directors, we wouldn't have a lot of these issues. We wouldn't have issues of people hiring friends or whatever. And I think we should put some trust in our directors that they do know the kind of people that they want to hire, the kind of people they want to work with, because having an outside entity put people in that may not be best for your work environment isn't good for them either. So it's a double-edged sword here, really.
So do you want to highlight that and leave it for the directors to decide?
We have for.
Take a poll right now from us. We're gonna take it out, and then he wants to keep it in. So let's ask you, Jessica, what do you think?
Ultimately, the directors, these policies are for our programs. So they're gonna have to work with this, and, you know, we don't want something that's gonna hinder them. And what's also gonna hurt our people as well, so I think we can highlight it and let our directors decide.
You're gonna have them with weekend on.
Right. They have to review this as well. And if they don't like it or they don't see that it works for them, then they could take it out.
We should have it.
Right.
Take it to council.
Right.
Let them review it.
Right, because we can, once we go through this, we still can meet on the 20th and have it sent to full council.
Okay, I'll just leave it.
Highlight it.
Yeah.
Can you put notes on there, Georgette, for review?
Because ultimately, it'll be the directors that will come back and say, no, we want to keep it in there.
Right.
Because they're the ones that are going to be the ones appointing and selecting and hire.
Right, because I believe, Michelle, are we still sitting close to 100 vacant jobs?
So if you, I guess if you look at just with corrections, because I think corrections is the one that has the most, it's like 57 to 63 just for corrections. And the rest of them, going through, those numbers are going down. So the majority of our open vacant positions are corrections. We have some re-advertisements that are going out that there were people who were selected but declined or didn't pass the background, whatever the case may be, or they didn't come in and process. But you're still looking at the majority of them, about 60 of them are for corrections. The rest of them are other programs, 1 here, 2 at Tribal Court, 4 of them at Alpha Toluca, 1, we have 4 new positions out to help admin with the suicide grant, so that's going to go up and down. But your majority is with corrections.
Okay. All right, so moving on. Go ahead, Georgia. Okay.
Those are just more I'm gonna skip the ones that are just like clerical or, additions that are to clarify, and just get to the substantive.
She might, so.
I'm gonna skip the additions that were like clerical or to clarify meaning, and just go to the substantive ones. So, let's see. Like right here, we had a bunch of programs that were deleted, just or added. That's just a technical change. Substantial rehabilitation, there was a desire to have, and although this is, I was just talking about skipping, this is a definition that we need to come up with, and so this is some proposed language I have, and so substantial rehabilitation needed to be defined. So I suggested demonstrated by evidence of long-term recovery and improved functioning.
What page is that?
That is page 43.
Oh, go ahead, Michelle. Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, so I was the one that was really pushing on this part of it because there was no time frame, no timeline. So with Georgette putting in there demonstrated by evidence of long-term, Georgette, can you put in there an example or something defining long-term? Are you saying a year? Is it 6 months? Is it 4 months of recovery? Is something in there that we're able to use whenever somebody decides they're going to argue back or get questioned?
Okay, so for example, 6 months of sobriety. You want 6 months, or do you guys want longer, like a year? 6 months of sobriety is short, actually. But that may be a challenge with your.
But if you're looking at it, I'm acceptable to the 6 months if everybody else is.
This is page 43, committee. This is for under the determining the background investigator and the human resources department may consider the following as a basis for finding an applicant unsuitable for employment. So the substantial rehabilitation, do you want she's saying 6 months or longer? And this is under the alcohol abuse without evidence of
What is it,
under substantial rehabilitation.
that we're gonna give them, what, 6 months?
6 months.
So what this is saying is when they do a background check
Yeah,
and they find somebody's unsuitable, like
yeah,
if somebody has a big history of alcohol abuse, they can consider evidence of substantial rehabilitation. And so what Michelle was wanting was a definition of what substantial rehabilitation is. So if you have somebody who has a big history of substance abuse, but they come in and say, look, I've been sober for 6 months, I've been doing this, that's what substantial rehabilitation means.
and we're saying, to at least 6 months.
Yeah, so Michelle wanted some like practical guidance to define substantial rehabilitation. So that's what I put the language of demonstrated by evidence of long-term recovery and improved functioning. So a concrete example would be somebody saying, look, I can prove I've been sober for 6 months. I've been working on
I
it.
agree. I do agree. I think we need to give our people a chance to work. You know, they want to be employed, but a lot of them might fall under this too. So I think maybe giving them, you know, that amount of time to show that they are rehabilitated, they are continuing with that, will help them too with the employment process. So I think that part's good.
Committee, are you good with the 6 months? That's to say that they're sober for 6 months, and that
Relapse quick. Relapse quick.
Yeah, leave it at 6, directors want, they can change it.
okay. So we'll just highlight that, Georgette?
Okay. I'll just add.
That first check.
Okay.
Rush.
All right.
Tomorrow.
Just on
We got 1 hour with
Get that
Gia.
first check.
Discuss that one, so we can schedule a special for our next
Tomorrow?
casino. And you can get a room if you want to stay out there too. Yeah.
There you go, Craig.
There's Boogerman up there.
There you go.
Sonia, can you get a room and stay out there so we know where you're at? You won't be late?
Serve you this meat?
Stay there.
Breakfast.
With those twins.
There's really only 2 other substantive changes that aren't like clerical or clarification that I believe we have. Is that correct, Michelle? Which would be the addition on that employees can't be on boards, and I wanted to go to that language, and then what was added to the whistleblower.
Maga, they all disappeared. Well, guess what, yesterday I was the only one sitting here, they were all over there.
Oh, yeah?
That is.
Did you win the fight?
Chapter
Norman, all the
21,
way
page
through.
82.
He wanted to pass that Inspector General, remember?
Mm-hmm.
But then again, he shut it back out. So let me
Get
make that
performance
motion.
evaluations and
Start
and
to,
their incentives.
you know, chicken out.
That's gonna come up.
When I gave him a bad
Does it say that they're required, or does it if available?
Their performance evals are required.
No, incentives. Along with that.
We can go to that.
Okay, good. Everybody let me know.
That was that long.
On page 83.
Oh, yeah?
Page 83,
Draw.
if you move to page 83.
We don't have it on with us, but we're just following along.
Oh, it's also in your packet too.
Yeah, it's here. Yeah.
Only need so many, but it's in their email.
Yeah, it's in your email packet.
Yeah, it's not on our packet.
And there's one copy up here,
Yeah, I'll just.
and your other copy that you received multiple times.
So what I had added to make it clearer and what I had added to make it clearer on the whistleblower was I had designated a specific person to get the whistleblower complaint. I can change it to the Inspector General. I had just put the Chief of Staff. And then I had put, if it was against the Chief of Staff, that it would go straight to the Attorney General. And that they had to do an investigation, that reports had to be made to the committee quarterly regarding the number of complaints pending, and then an annual report of all complaints and their resolution. And that the treasurer would assist in an annual report on compliance activity related to accounting or financial improprieties. So what my understanding from you guys was concerns about follow-up if there were issues. So that's why the reporting on how many whistleblower complaints were, how they resolved them was added.
Go ahead, George.
So if the chief of staff is under the president, should he be involved in that process too or no? Because you just have the attorney general and tribal prosecutor.
Well, the attorney general is the one who brings forward a whistleblower prosecution. So that's, I just was designating somebody to receive them and start investigating them.
Okay.
Sonia, do you have your others?
Is that,
George?
is that a part of what I talked about earlier about the inspector general position that we're gonna be bringing forward if it passes at council?
So like I said, the last direction I had from you guys was to work on the whistleblower within the personnel manual because it didn't give a whole lot of direction on where to go. So I had tried to give some teeth into it of who specifically would be responsible versus just a 1-800 number, and that reporting would come back to you. If you want it to align with the inspector general, I can take what was passed in the inspector general and put it in here.
Yeah, because the inspector general is actually going to be doing a lot of this, taking these complaints or taking the information on the waste, fraud, and abuse things that are, that will probably, you know, happen down. Did you see the job description on it?
I did.
Okay, so that's why I'm just kind of looking at it. So, and so I'm just kind of looking, okay, on it says, be it further ordained, the position of inspector general shall be a merit position subject to the tribe's personnel policies and procedures manual and funded from the OST general fund. Is there a conflict there, I wonder? Because it's an inspector general position, we're putting it under the personnel policies and procedures as a merit position. Is those like IDC positions?
So-
Costs, I mean, would that be a conflict? I didn't catch that till just now.
I don't know that there'd be any explicit conflict.
Okay, but anyway, this is saying that we're putting this in the personnel policy and procedures manual.
So I can change this so that, this is the personnel and policies manual, this is what your employee is gonna use to figure out what to do. I can put that they have to put a complaint in writing to the inspector general versus the chief of staff.
Yeah, I think maybe to make a note somewhere beside it, Georgette, maybe to just say pending the approval of the job description or the ordinance for the inspector general position, because we don't know yet. It just got sent to the tribal council through law and order committee, so I don't know how the rest of the council is gonna feel, because not all of us law and order committee members there, but I don't know who's gonna question it and if it'll pass at our next tribal council meeting. So if you could just maybe make a note by it, pending the approval of the tribal council.
Okay, so what I can do is put a note and say I'll switch
Did
it
you see that?
to inspector general if the inspector
Yeah,
general
I did.
position's adopted. If it's rejected, I'll leave it chief of staff. Do you want to leave where whoever it is has to give you quarterly reports on the volume of complaints and just general resolution?
Yeah, I think we should have some reporting back. I think what yesterday's meeting was, a lot of them said they didn't want nothing to do with the selection of the inspector general by the council, or, so we said, well, who's going to interview and select the right person for this position? I think some of the recommendations came that maybe we should push it to the legal office because they're all made up of attorneys. They got background with law and different things like that. Maybe they should do that. Review the, applications. Just like when we referred the GM position, that was referred to the legal office to take the top 3, I guess, do the due diligence, do the top 3, and send them to back to the Council, I think what happened was the legal office sent 4 of them back. So that's how they came back, and that's how the council was able to interview and select, or not interview, but look at the applicants. So, but that was my question yesterday, was who's going to select this position? And I think that's kind of a lot of discussion, but we don't want to be a part of the selection as a council, but we do want it to be someone that knows what it's going to take to be inspector general. I mean, you can't just get certain people in there and have an interview and do all of that. So I guess that's my question, and I don't know if the rest of them, how they feel about it, but it's in the policy. So when you put in the policy, it basically is given to HR, the director, to do that. So then she's the one who's going to select these people to interview this position, and
Give me a hold off on this.
so we need to
Figure out
think about that,
yeah.
you know, because I think that part is what some of us are concerned.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's more with the inspector general, like structure versus the policy.
Yeah. Directors to interview this? Or who's going to interview them?
All right, so I just made a note that if you're okay with the general stuff that I added to the whistleblower, though of like designating a specific person responsible to ensure that these are investigated and pursued and report to you about it.
You have to give us a report.
Sure. You know, I'm still really unclear. You know, I do know it came out of the Law and Order Committee, but for the purpose, it's just never, that's gonna be one of my questions. What is the purpose?
Yeah. This could be good or bad.
The concept, the thought that I had, you know, several meetings ago was that in this policy that doesn't govern us, but it governs the employees, the worker of this tribe. And my thought then was to give them an avenue to report indeficiencies and bad acts that are happening at their level. Whether it be, you know, every time, you know, turn it into the feds. Oh, hey, you're doing wrong, turn it into the feds. Okay, what fed is the question? See, there's no specific way on how to do any of this, and this was the intent of the question. Nobody really knew where to turn anything in. And it's not to harm anybody, but we do have illegal actions that are taken by some of our workers, and they need to be reported. And we've heard it here on council before, how we wrote this up and we turned it into so-and-so upstairs, but nothing ever happens. So even our own people are protecting one another, but there has to be another avenue for the director themselves to protect themselves. And what we found out firsthand is once they notify us the following week, in some cases they are terminated. And it's happened. The fact of the matter is, once that termination happens, and then they have no recourse to follow up, so it kind of falls dead and becomes a moot issue, and the violation still occurs, and it's not reported. So that was the intent, Georgia. Give them somewhere to go. Sorry to get off subject, and somebody else could have to explain to me the purpose of that Inspector General, because I just can't see it. Are we replacing the comptroller position with that position? So, yeah.
I can explain
Sort of duplicate the services kind of.
I can explain the Inspector General. So the reason for this Inspector General, and I can give an example myself too, is when we submit white collar crimes to the feds, their priority is not white collar crimes. They will investigate, however, their priority is drugs, and murders, but their priority is not white collar crimes. What's submitted to them is, they'll accept it, but they won't prioritize it. So the need to have an inspector general is that would be their priority, is for, and it says it specifically in their job title that was already passed. It's for that. I'm not done yet. And the reason why is for them to accept those complaints, and for them to investigate, and that we can charge them criminally locally, and so that everything will be in our courts. And that's why an inspector general is needed. Go ahead, sorry.
So that really doesn't define the purpose, because every single program, 638, is a federal dollar. What I'm asking for and what the directors need is the protection to know that it will go further than upstairs or our attorney general. They need a legal way to go directly to the feds. That's the point. I still can't justify the purpose, because you just told me the data, the written complaint will be gathered for the record, and if this person deems it necessary, then he'll push it to the tribe's court system. Our court system is not up to par, I hate to say that, but this policy pertains to the worker themselves. And I think they just need an avenue to go even further, so that things are followed completely through. That's all I'm saying, so.
Go ahead, George.
Let's go something off here. What if it's like a part-time contract instead of a full-time employee? And have someone that's not from around here contract that out? Maybe someone from Rapid, we're gonna be stirred, there's maybe someone from up there. I mean, that's just to throw that out there, maybe, a part-time, because I don't know if we're gonna be all day, every day working, maybe part-time and have someone from out around here. That way, there's no buddies and they're transparent. So that's just my comment.
I agree. I don't know what that hire or who applies. The job description was approved and sent to full council in accordance to the personal policies and procedures. The hiring team or hiring group is there to hire this individual is equivalent to their to their qualifications, and that's how the amendments that you all made or the committee made to move forward. So previously, I believe they pulled the directors, they pulled them, and that's how they did hiring previously. But now, the hiring process is that you are equivalent to that job requirement and qualifications to interview that person. Go ahead, Rebecca.
So Meade has where they can contact the whistleblower complaint hotline. I put in the Department of Interior's explicit number, so that's in there. I just was trying to give more teeth to the reporting piece of it, because it didn't have designated a specific person or a specific place that they could go internally. I did also add, and so I need to see what you're going to do with the Inspector General, because the other things that were added was that the report, like putting a time frame on how long the Attorney General had to deal with the complaint, that they had to deal with it in 45 days, that they had to make findings. If they weren't going to do criminal charges, and send it back to the Chief of Staff to resolve. And then if they were gonna do criminal charges, they would just do a summary so that they didn't impact their prosecution. And then that if it was against the chief of staff, that they would report directly to the committee, and I wasn't sure which committee you would want. I would assume law and order, but I left that blank. And then I just added a whistleblower protection, which wasn't in there, which is like a retaliation piece of it, where if they make a complaint, if certain actions are taken against them, it would be presumed retaliation. And that the supervisor or whoever's complained against, if they took an action, they would have to prove, it would be on the burden on them to prove why they weren't acting retaliatory. So I did add that, a retaliation provision, because that was also expressed a concern about retaliation.
What page is that?
That's on page 85, 84, I guess. That's up above. And I added that in.
Oh, that one there. Senator Republicans say no to Trump after years of saying yes. They must know they're losing part of their support and all the Democrats that won those states.
Better late than never.
So,
Go ahead, Sonia.
so now we put this position in there. I told Georgette to kind of make a notice that saying pending council's approval on the job description for the inspector general. And so that way, we know we're gonna have to come back. Once if it gets approved, then there'll be language in the personnel policy and procedures manual that states what that inspector general is going to be doing. But since it falls under the personnel policy and procedures manual, the question that I had was, who is going to interview this position? Now, you said something about equal, whatever, you know, we talked about that yesterday. About, it can't be just directors interviewing this position. I just don't see it that way. I'm not saying that I have no faith in our directors. I've been a director before, so I know what it takes to be a director. But I think at the same time, we need to have somebody in there that knows how to ask the questions of an inspector general, because we never had an inspector general. So we need to have somebody in there to interview this position. The council yesterday said they don't want nothing to do with that interview process, so we're not including the council. And so what we said, one of the recommendations was to let the legal office do it. And so that's where we need to make a decision as to who's going to interview this position. Because as you read it here, yesterday, the grants committee signed off on that paper saying there's money there. This position is going to pay $120,000 a year, and it's going to be under the Attorney General's office. She's going to be over it. But what we're saying, Cora, as the treasurer of the tribe, signed off on that along with the acting comptroller and the grants committee and the chief of staff, saying that the money is there. So that's why I'm saying when it comes to finance tomorrow, we know it's going to be under the personnel policy and procedures. It's going to be a merit position. So the only part is who's going to interview this position, and so that's the part we need to find out. Who's going to do that? Do we want the legal office to do it, like we did the GM? But we need to come up with some decision. I just don't, I don't know, this is a position that is really something that I think the Law and Order Committee has wanted. And so we need to just find that out, how we're gonna work that in there.
Okay.
Because I agree, there's employees that came to committees under that, under the Whistleblowers Act. Whistleblower. And did we support them? No, we didn't. We threw them under the bus.
Yep.
I want to say that, and I'm glad the radio's on and we can actually tell the people, that's what we did. People came in front of these committees and reported things, it didn't go nowhere. In turn, they were the ones that lost jobs or left. So I don't know if that whistleblower part there, that's why we said we want an inspector general. So we just need to figure out who's going to interview this position. Do we want the HR to set up a panel to bring in maybe some outside people to interview this position? So we get a neutral person in there. Yesterday you all said it. Well, something might come back on this person, might come back on that person. So we can't get those ones in to do the interview. So let's think outside the box right now. Do we want the HR to pick somebody on the outside to maybe do this interview of this position? We need to talk about that.
You know, you brought up a good discussion we had yesterday in Law and Order. It was really good, and everybody provided really valid input in that discussion. And there was discussion on how would that hiring process look. And council said, we don't want to be a part of that hiring process because some of us could be a part of that investigation if it came forth. And how would that look as hiring that person? So there was recommendation that the legal office be a part of that hiring process. And the legal office said, you know, they weren't comfortable with that because they fall under the merit program. So that it should be under personnel policy and procedures and follow that guideline. So then the recommendation was that, well, maybe the legal office will work with HR and go that route and provide their input, just like we hired the GM, that they would select that group and then they would give it to HR. So there was some good discussion yesterday on how that looked. Because everyone knows that this is a vital role and a vital position that's gonna clean up the tribe, because the talk around this was how do we stop folks from taking from our people and start giving back? And that's what the goal was focused around yesterday's discussion, and it was pretty valuable and I appreciated that. So before I call in Don Roy, then Dave, it'll be, what we found was if the position being interviewed is a supervisor or director position within the financial accounting office, the chief of staff office, and applicable administrative officer and the tribal comptroller shall participate in the interviews, or applicable administrative officer. If the position being interviewed is a position in the program or department of affected program director, shall participate in the interviews. So that was the closest that I could find relatable to it being equal to their job description. So I guess maybe we can strengthen that portion as well for this position, because it is vital to the tribe. I keep saying, you know, our tribe should be looked at as a corporation, because we are, you know, a multi-million-dollar corporation, and that's how it should be run. And that's something that we need to consider, is how Michelle would ensure that the right person is hired. So Don Ray, then Dave.
Thank you. Just kind of want to throw this out there. Like, we select the hiring panel, or just, I'm just throwing this out there. Okay, you get Jennifer, the AG. Maybe you get Ed from the casino, he's not from around here. And maybe we have somebody else that works for the tribe that's not from here. Maybe they could be the hiring panel. Or, yeah, get it, and maybe you throw in a judge, one of the judges. So, I mean, you get a panel, you know, it's
because there's two that ain't from here, and maybe a few judges, maybe one of our lawyers. Select a panel, I mean, trying to keep it away from our people much as possible.
We did approve a chief judge yesterday. Or special.
So we could maybe take a look at that, I mean, so I think we should take a look at that, Sharon. That way it would
Okay,
be
yeah.
somewhat neutral, you know? Thank you.
Definitely. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, you know, just reading the whistleblower portion, chapter 21, section 21(3)(c). The issue with that is it's a cumbersome process. And it takes a long time for any of the feds to respond. Hence, I shared some information with yourself. I don't know if you received it. Don, Roy, Sonia. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm actually requesting be put into this for the directors.
Yeah.
It gives them a direct line access to the GAO department. And right now, it's just a couple names, but they're still active. And it offers them a quicker avenue for action to be taken. Because we can refer back to 20 CFR, subsection 200.113 in that process, but not everybody's going to fall under that. When we're dealing with money, we're talking about two different pots of money, your general fund money and your indirect cost monies. And for this policy to work, this small blanket is not going to cover everybody. So that's hence kind of what I'm looking for to add, that they at least have a number that they can refer to report fraudulent activities. Thank you. See, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Put it in the book so they can have somewhere to call. Yeah.
You want the phone number?
Yeah. You share it?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Can those be shared or?
Yeah, these are
Okay.
active numbers.
Okay.
Yeah,
So those can be in the document?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to have an avenue
Yeah.
to do some reporting because I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about two different things, your inspector general and directors.
Right. Or you gonna take?
Are you off?
Where you going?
Trying to
Oh,
sneak out.
no, don't let him leave.
You tried that last time.
I know. You tried to pull out.
Let's hear what's in
You provide good input. We like your input.
Discrimination.
Oh, see?
Picking on the.
That's both MRD guys.
I do have to catch each other with clothes. I do, I have to live.
I think we're about verbals, just the main ones, if you can. That's it.
We do about
Is that it? Yeah. Oh, no, one more, just the boards.
She said just two.
Sorry, let me just do this one.
Yeah. Did you get it?
Did you decide?
I'll add that in.
Okay.
Okay, forward it to me.
Okay.
Okay, forward.
Can we decide on the interview panel? Because it's under the HR process. So can we just assign, are we gonna assign Michelle
Use your mic.
to do, select a hiring panel of outside maybe people that maybe can interview this inspector general? position that have that, see, that's the part we need to really look at. And I think that's where our attorney should kind of chime in here too, is, what are we gonna do? Are we just gonna leave it up to Michelle to put, like how she does all the other positions? And so that way she can, are you still on, Michelle?
She's right there, she has her hand raised.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we do this right, because this is the first time we're having Inspector General. So we want to make sure we get a neutral panel that knows how to interview this position.
Right. And out of respect, I just want to mention that it made it to full council, but because we lost quorum, we never got to get to the Inspector General, so we never got to pass it. So we're putting the cart before the horse. But she can throw some ideas out there for when we get to that topic. Go ahead, Michelle.
So again, don't want to beat a horse to death here, but when it came time for the office or the Inspector General, when it was developed, I know Rhiannon and I had worked close on that and trying to get it done for Law and Order to approve it, and the funding was to come from general fund. When it was being developed, I had the impression, and I could have been wrong, and I am wrong because it came out of there, was I had thought that was going to be a contract. Somebody outside of the tribe, someone who had no personal or no interest to the tribe that would come in. Once somebody reported waste, fraud, and abuse to the Attorney General would then reach out to this contractor to come in and provided all that information for them to do an investigation and then submit the summary back. I didn't know it was going to be a full-time merit employee. I'm with the rest of everybody else. If I was to get a panel together, it would have to be people of a legal background. Meaning it would have to be attorneys, somebody who has the Juris Doctorate and who has experience in legal work experience. And right now, the only ones really that would have that is currently the proposed Chief Judge, your Attorney General, and the legal department. And it would be them that I would call in, but according to this policy manual, these individuals are not permanent employees. So again, that comes back to another conflict of what do I do, and how do I go forward with this? In regards to what Dave Kelly said, there does need to be a direct line, and I do believe Georgette put in there that 1-800 number for these people to call. And this is another avenue, is for these guys to be able to report what they're reporting as a whistleblower to the Attorney General, and have that Attorney General, again, proposing is to get this contractor in as the investigation or the Inspector General. Honestly, it's going to be tough either way you guys go, and I'm going to leave it there so we can move on. But yeah, once it comes to full council and passes, whichever way we go, I'm on that. Not for it, but I am for it, and I just don't know how I would deal with it if it was put on me to get a panel together, to get this person hired, etc. So I hope that answers everybody on what you guys were bringing forward.
Go ahead, Dave.
You know, after reading the job description and we know this person has to have well, thank you for saying that, but a major legal background, but the job description doesn't give him any authorization as to what he can look for. If it's there, you gotta explain it to me, because I can't read it right now. In order to do an accurate investigation, he has to have access to everything. And it's not, you know, we're gonna hire the person, but if they don't give him access to the numbers upstairs or the documents at the program, what good is he gonna do us? So I think in the specific or authorization of duties or delegation, direct, whatever, it needs to be outlined in there, and it needs to be real harsh. It's gotta be tough. Because he's gonna have to dig, you know, especially, if we get a report, he's gonna have to really, really dig. Because if we're gonna push it to our Attorney General and maybe further up the line, make it a federal crime, he needs access to everything, and it's not outlined in the job description. I'm just saying. Thank you.
It's in the ordinance part.
Yeah, there's a ordinance, and
1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth whereas. It's on the fifth whereas, but it's not. in the
but I think all this
description.
discussion can be had on the session, special session on Wednesday, because it was passed and forwarded to the special session. So I just want to make that clear, that it all has been passed, and it's on for the special session, and all those thoughts can be brought up there.
I really hate for it to be brought up at that special session, because you know how that can turn out. And I think yesterday when we talked, we said we would talk about it today. Remember, we said we would bring it to the general fund budget working session, because I think the day before one was questioning the salary part.
The salary part, but
And
that's,
I know the grants committee did approve it, so that's why that cover sheet was on there. But the only question that we still should bring up before it goes to that special session is that we find out who's going to interview this panel. And Michelle had some recommendations. I wanted to hear it from some of my committee here, our committee, but she brought some recommendations up, and I agree with that. I wanted to hear that. It has to be somebody with the legal background that should interview this position. So maybe we need to put something like that, or she needs to know that that's what we want. We want someone that has legal background that will interview this position. She also brought up one thing, is she thought it would be a contract.
yeah.
And so do we want to make it a contract, or are we just putting it in as a merit and position under the Personnel Policy and Procedures Manual? So, but her understanding was, in the beginning, was that it would be a contract. And so, I don't know where it changed from there. But we have some things we need to sort out here before we even move it to our special. Because we did have questions yesterday, that's why we said, well, let's move it to the finance working session. Yeah, because we have a special, is it gonna be here?
Well, I guess it just concerns me because, Michelle, did you sign off on it? Because in that it says merit, so then it would mean that you would have had to have read it. But I think we do need to do some folks need to do some due diligence on it. I do like the idea of the chief judge being a part of the hiring process.
Can't be the attorney general, because she would be the one overseeing that position.
No, the chief judge.
Yeah, chief judge.
I like the idea of the chief judge being part of the hiring process.
And maybe the legal office.
And the legal office, I mean, that was only one opinion of one of our attorneys. But I'd like to hear from the others and what their thoughts are. Because I know she wasn't comfortable doing it, but that's one opinion. So that'll be on the discussion for this weekend.
Yeah, we can move it on tomorrow.
It is.
And then, yeah, we can just worry about it then, or think about it tonight.
Right.
How we want to do
I
it.
would, and please make sure to take your notes, take notes and questions. Where is the funding? One of the discussions was the AG had funding that would possibly come from, they found funding there. And then there was another funding from general fund. And then all these ideas came up yesterday. And just in respect for the time, asterisk that for our discussion for this weekend. So we can continue on with the personal policies. Go ahead.
So the last, I'm on?
President Omar.
Okay. So the last thing that was substantive was an addition that directors shall not participate in boards, commissions, national organizational boards to avoid interference with their day-to-day supervisory responsibilities. That is on page 71. It was added to the employee obligations. So it was added to section 16.2 code of conduct. And so it was just simply added that they would, at P, directors shall not participate in boards, commissions, national organizational boards, etc., to avoid interference with their day-to-day supervisory responsibilities and avoid inadvertently making public policy statements to their activities. And that was requested addition by the chief of staff.
Go ahead, Dave.
I would disregard the whole thing because over my career with the tribe, I've had the opportunity to sit on at least 2 negotiated rulemaking teams. And that was on behalf of this tribe in order to strengthen our step in the federal government. If I sent Jeremy up there and he don't know a damn thing about transportation, who's gonna have the better fight? The director or Jeremy? So I think in several instances, just like at Tibet, I sit over there. I sat there as the director of transportation. I sat there, I'm currently sitting there now. But you gotta have the expertise to go over there and make these fights. If you don't, it don't do us any good. So I think that portion should be stricken out there. If they want a representation, they still gotta come and get approval from this body, the council itself. Thank you.
I'm gonna provide my input on that. Who better to speak than our subject matter experts on these boards? We have folks who are very educated in their areas of operation and who can go and can speak directly on their needs for their programs. And if they sit on these boards, they're going to advocate and push for funding, that in which we ask them to do is fight for more funding. So when we put them on a board, that's what they're essentially going to do, is go to these meetings and they're going to advocate for funding. So I'm on the fence with that one because as legislatures, that's what we do as well. And I know I pushed for some of our directors to sit on those boards as well. And I sit on the board myself. So we can leave it on there highlighted for directors' review and input.
All right, that's it for the substantive. So at this point, I'd ask that we be able to present it to the directors too. At this point, that's it then. So I'd ask to be able to take it to the directors and get their input on it.
Okay, so the motion would be for the chief of staff to take it to the directors and return it by November 20th for approval, review and approval.
Do you think the directors will be able to get through it in one day?
At a director's meeting, maybe. I don't know when their next director's meeting is.
I mean, it took you guys multiple days
to do it.
No, they're gonna need a little bit more time than one day, because we made some changes in here, and if I know them well enough, they're gonna go through it page by page by page. And maybe there's some things that, you know, we haven't seen that they would like to see changed, and they may make some recommendations, so I'd like to give them at least, you know, we asked for 2 weeks before, at least a week, you know, at minimum.
Well, November 20th.
That's 2 weeks away.
Okay.
The council deadline is November 17th, but it's still,
Yeah, if we do November 20th, we would have to 2/3 it on.
Yeah.
And are you done, Dave?
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead, Jackie.
How soon, Rachel, will they be able to get this on the, get together so that can go to the directors? Maybe give it to them, email it out to them?
Yeah, we can send it out beforehand.
Yeah,
It's
so
just
you get it
that
sent out?
John will have to set up the date to meet with them.
Yeah, let them review it, within, on their time, and then when they have that meeting, they come up with recommendations.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. Get this out to the directors for review, have them make their comments, and have that ready for the directors meeting.
Right.
Can you get that to Lynn so she can get it to, or you have John's email, correct?
I have John's email.
Okay. All right, so the motion is to have John send the,
is it, should I put directors or should I put directors, supervisors, managers?
do you want this to
All
go
of
to
the
just the
above.
directors?
All of the above.
All of them?
Yeah. He said.
They have a meeting on the 14th as well.
Make sure you put draft on there.
Oh, go ahead, Michelle.
People think it's passed.
Georgette, can you make sure that I get a copy of the draft that you sent to John to the director so I can ensure that, EAP and those guys are included because those, when it comes from the chief of staff, he sends it to program directors and usually the other directors don't receive it. So I just want to make sure that clinical gets it, EAP gets it, property gets it, etc.
Yep.
Bring that to finance on 11/20.
Yep.
Who was the motion and second?
Whose motion was that? Jeremy's? And who's second? Dave? Dave second.
Dave Kelly?
Yes.
Vote on it. Forward to chief of staff, to forward to the directors for their review, directors, supervisors, managers, for their review as soon as possible, and to set up meeting dates for their comments and input, and then bring back to the finance committee on 11/20/25.
Keep in mind, we have a meeting on the 14th of November as well. Go ahead. Come over here, use the mic, please.
Just to say that finance or personnel manual, or what do we do?
Personnel policies and procedures.
Okay. All right, that's a big document. All right. I'm swimming.
Okay, Dave Kelly?
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales?
Yes.
Bo Little White Man?
Yes.
Jackie Sears? Sonia Little Hawk Weston? 5 yes, 1 not voting.
5 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. So that will be back here for, on the 20th for approval. Go ahead, Michelle.
So I'm just throwing this out there on a realistic thing. What if the directors want more time with it? Because it is a big document. It takes me a while to get through it, and I'm the one that usually deals with it on a day-to-day
Well, I believe that's why we're emailing it to the directors now to start reviewing it.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Throwing
Jackie.
it out there.
I know that there's a lot of change that the directors already know, what they have seen, what's working, what's not, so I think they're pretty much prepared too.
Yeah. Right. And what helps is that there, in these changes, there's comments added to it, so that would help them identify why there's amendments to them. So it gives them a brief explanation. Org chart. Do we have the organizational chart? You want to bring that up?
Well, I'm wondering, it's 4:30 at this point, we don't have IDC anymore, do we want to, so we can do it all in one big chunk versus start it tonight?
Yeah, that's right. We'll put that, that's a good point. The org chart, we'll put it on the 13th. I know we said no additions, but it would really make sense when we get some clear guidance on what's going on with our IDC budget. With this IDC. I'll be sending it today.
I do have one question on that org chart. I think that they want to add Porcupine District on there. You have all the districts listed on the bottom. Porcupine is on there. You should have 9 districts.
Okay.
And you only have 8.
Okay.
So,
That was just the reason for it though.
Yeah, Bernadette, I emailed you that update and added that district on there on that listing I sent you.
They meant to make Wakwamani Pine Ridge, and it was a typo.
Was it?
It was supposed to, Wakwamani was supposed to be Pine Ridge. Yeah. Pine Ridge / Porcupine, or Wakwamani. Porcupine. Go ahead, Jackie.
So are we done?
And that is it. So the org chart, I know we said no additions, but we're gonna put them on the 13th.
No addition.
We already took action.
Yeah, we already took action. So
Okay, well, we'll add it this weekend then.
we can just look at it
Just
tomorrow.
make your weekend longer.
Yeah, tomorrow we can, at least look at that.
Okay.
Okay. So, all right. The infamous motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Got a motion, is there a second? Got a second by Jeremy?
Dave Kelly,
Yes.
Olin Whiteman,
Yes.
Jeremy Rosales.
Yes.
Jackie Sears, Sonia Little Hawk Weston. 5 yes, 1 not voting.
5 yes, 1 not voting, motion passed. Committee, I just want to say thank you for taking the time and effort. I know we don't always agree on everything, but the one thing we do agree on is that we need to come together for the services of for our people. And this weekend, we